Welcome back to the Upside Sports Network. Appreciate you guys joining us once again. It's been a while since we've done a live baseball game. With the wild card round here, it's finally time for us to do another one. Today we're going to watch the New York Mets take on the San Diego Padres. They dropped game one with Max Scherzer on the mound to the Padres at home against Yu Darvish. What a great game for the Padres. Absolutely hammered the ball off of Max Scherzer. Max Scherzer, before the game, looked like he may have injured himself, or at least wasn't happy with the way he was throwing the ball in the bullpen session before the game started. That apparently transferred over to the game. Now, pitchers are going to do their pitchers, talk, say, "Oh yeah, they just had the better luck that day, blah blah blah," all that kind of stuff. But I'm not buying it. I think this is a trend for Max Scherzer. He's just wearing down as the year goes along. We saw last year he wore down last year in the postseason with the Dodgers. Didn't take the ball in a do or die game 6 anyway. Said, "Hey, Walker Buehler, go ahead and take it. My arm is dead. I can't throw the ball." How often have you seen Max Scherzer do that? And then last night, we just saw he just didn't have it last night. I mean, sure, he's still Max Scherzer. He's going to have a good pitch every now and again, but he was just giving up long ball after long ball, missing location, left, right, up, and down. He just was not himself. Now, of course, it could just be a bad start, but put together with the expressions he was giving during the bullpen before the game, it led to a bad game for Max Scherzer, and that's why the Mets find themselves in an elimination game tonight against the San Diego Padres. Now, the Padres are going to go with Blake Snell tonight. He's been fantastic over the past couple of months. The Mets are going to go with Jacob deGrom. Now, how often have we seen the Mets have to rely on Jacob deGrom to carry them over and over and over again? Well, after Max Scherzer failed last night, we'll see what happens today. Welcome back, Charles. But yeah, we are streaming again. We're just watching the game with the Mariners and Blue Jays wrap up. Mariners just had a bases clearing double on a bloop that fell in between center and short. Bo Bichette and George Springer collided with each other, and they're carting off George Springer. It looks like he probably has a concussion. He kind of bent his neck awkwardly when Bichette basically hit his knee to the back of Springer's head in an attempt to try to make that third out. But as it stands right now, it's a 3-run double that ties the game at 9 in the top of the 8th inning. 2 outs right now. Julio Rodriguez is due up next, but all the momentum right now is with the Mariners. They're slowly wheeling that cart out towards the outfield grass anyway. Springer is going to be out of the game. Bichette was down for a little bit, but he did get back to his feet. Looks like he will remain in the game. Oh. Actually, it looks like his torso hit George Springer just full on. Kind of just collapsed his head like this, with Bichette hitting him like this in the back of the head. Bichette still looks a little groggy, though. Yep. That was a violent collision. Blue Jays are on the brink of elimination as well. They had a 3-run lead going into the 8th inning. Anthony Bass came in, and he was precise with where his locations were. It's just that the Mariners hitters were just able to find, or they actually had a 9-5 lead going into the 8th inning. Bass did give up 1 run, and then unfortunately gave up a couple base runners before they brought in Jordan Romero, their closer. And that's a blown save. Looks like Jackie Bradley Jr. is coming on to play left, or looks like he's playing left. It looks like he's in center, though. Let me see. Springer tells him, the crowd, to get loud, because the crowd is silent right now. Appreciate you guys joining us. If this is your first time with us, say hello. Appreciate you joining us, Cam. Welcome back, James. Yeah, the Padres do need to finish it off tonight. As soon as this game flips over, looks like they're going to start this one on ESPN News. So I'm going to go ahead and flip over to that one. Did they just give an intentional walk to Julio Rodriguez? They did. They just intentionally walked Julio Rodriguez. Runners are now on first and second in that game. 9-9. The whole Blue Jays dugout just looks shook. Mariners look confident. First time making the postseason in 21 years. Looks like Ty France, if I'm guessing correctly. Yep, Ty France is digging in. Off the end of the bat, out of play. 0-1. 1-1 now to the Mariners first baseman. France had a career year this year. Really came alive with the bat. He and Nate Lowe are probably the biggest two improvements at first base that we've seen this year. Lashes this one foul down the first base line. 1-2 now. Blue Jays 1 strike from getting out of it. Crowd gets to their feet again. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. That one in the dirt, low and away in the other's batter's box. 2-2. Still waiting for that Mets game to get going. Until it does, we'll stick with this one. Crowd in full throat right now. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Romero gets the job done. However, 4 runs come across, and it's now tied at 9 through 7.5. Seattle 9 runs, 11 hits, no errors. Blue Jays 9 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. And we go to the bottom of the 8th there. As I mentioned, we're just waiting for the Mets and Padres to get going. DeGrom walking out to the mound right now. DeGrom over his last 4 starts is 0-3 in 21 innings, has a 6 ERA, has given up 6 home runs. In his first 7 starts of the year, though, he only gave up 3. So DeGrom has not been very sharp over the last, 3-4 weeks. Before the last 4 starts, he had a 1.66 ERA in those 7 starts. The Padres will start the game with Profar leading off in left, Soto in right in the 2-hole, Machado at third base batting third, Josh Bell, the DH, hitting fourth, Cronenworth at second, batting fifth, Drury at first, batting sixth, Hee-Sung Kim at short, batting seventh. Pardon me. Darn advertisements popping up. Trent Grisham in center, and Austin Nola doing the catching, batting ninth. He had a big double in the game yesterday. Appreciate the like. Thank you very much. DeGrom starts the game with a 100-mile-an-hour fastball right down the middle. Profar, the switch hitter, batting .243 this year, taking all the way. Profar did have a home run off of Scherzer in Game 1. 3-run shot that made it 6-0 at the time. 99 on the outside corner, fouled away by Profar, and it's quickly 0-2. In Game 1, he was 2 for 3. As I mentioned, that 3-run homer anyway. Did get a walk as well in the game. Welcome back, Jordan. Yeah, that Mariners game is going crazy right now. Profar lifts this one out to left. Lazy fly ball, and Canna is there and makes the catch. 1 away. For those of you who missed it earlier today anyway, the Guardians did advance past the Rays, swept them in that 3-game series, 2-0. Looks like it went 15 innings though. Just a crazy game. Low scoring. Kluber came in and gave up the hit. Soto takes ball 1. This one swung on and missed. Soto kind of spun around on his back foot, fell to the ground, and it's 1-1. Mets fans giving it to him. Giving him the one-finger salute, if you will. That was a hearty swing, though. Looks like his toe got caught in the ground. Yep. His cleats got stuck in the dirt. Violent swing, though. 1-1. DeGrom's third pitch to Soto. 102. He's dialing it up now on the outside corner. Three straight fastballs here to Soto, all of them over 100 miles an hour. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt bounces well before home plate. 94 mile an hour slider there. 2-2. If you guys are just joining us, make sure you hit that subscribe button. Really does help us out. Appreciate all of you guys for joining us already. Hope you guys had a good Saturday. The 2-2 by DeGrom. Swung on and missed. That one was a little off the outside corner, but 102 mile an hour fastball, and Soto not able to catch up to it. And that's strike 3. DeGrom's got it working so far. A little bit better than Scherzer was in the first inning last night. DeGrom looking fresh today. Machado is digging in. Should he reach? Josh Bell, who hit the home run in last night's game as well, will be up next. 101 mile an hour fastball fouled away by Machado. Looks like they're trying to speed up those bats here early with DeGrom trying to throw a whole bunch of fastballs here. Probably be seeing a whole bunch of off speed by the third, fourth inning. 892 OPS for Machado this year. He's been fantastic. 101 well north of the zone. 1-1. Swung on and missed. Little slider. Good pitch there. 1-2. DeGrom one pitch away here from getting out of the first. Getting a 1-2-3 inning would be a great start for the Mets here. Up and in, 101 off the inside corner and swung on and missed by Machado. DeGrom gets 2 strikeouts here in the top of the first. Great job. Mets trying to have a bounce back game here with their season on the line. Pardon me. But we go to the bottom of the first. 0-0 our score. Check in on that Mariners game for you guys real quick. That one's been crazy. Springer just left the game being carted off the field after a collision with Bo Bichette on a bloop into center field. Blue Jays just got a base runner with a walk. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. will be up next. Got to see what they want to do here. If they're just going to go ahead and walk him or if they're going to go ahead and try to face Vladdy. Jackie Bradley Jr. Jackie Bradley Jr. took over for Springer. Bichette just worked the walk. Just off the inside corner. Guerrero's ahead 1-0. Munoz is the pitcher right now for the Mariners. And we really need to see pitch clocks. Oh my goodness, this is taking forever for them to dig back in. They're finally getting back to the game. A little bit ridiculous, if you know what I mean. Munoz throws over to first. Back safely is Bichette. Blake Snell is coming on. 8-10 record and 24 starts this year, a 3.34 ERA. However, over the second half of the season, he has a 2.19 ERA. Has significantly better stats in the second half. 2.8 WAR, that's second best in the NL. Absolutely fantastic second half for Blake Snell. And that's the ace they were hoping to get from Tampa Bay a couple years ago anyway. He did not pitch like it last year. He did not pitch like it in the first half, certainly. But they're certainly glad to have it right now when it matters most. Oh, 1 pitch here by Snell. Fouled away. Nimmo's behind 0-2 now. Nimmo hitting .274 on the year. Did have 16 home runs. Had a base hit last night. The pitch by Snell. A little excuse me swing. Fouled off down the third base line. Wants to know if that was a strike anyway, and it was. Good thing your bat made contact with it. Snell trying to get his nerves underneath him, you can tell. Ahead 0-2 here. Just off the inside corner, up and in. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Lefty on lefty here. Little dribbler foul, and it remains 1-2. That one's upstairs. 2-2. Looks like Bichette has advanced on to second base now. Runner in scoring position now for the Blue Jays in the bottom of the 8th as they try to steady themselves after giving up 4 runs in the top half of the 8th in their game. The 2-2 pitch to Nimmo. Nice inside-out swing. Just over Machado's glove. Profar fields and tosses it into second, but Nimmo is aboard with a base hit here. Mets are off to a significantly better start than they were last night. Having a 1-2-3 top half and then getting a base hit here to lead things off in the bottom half of the first inning. Very nice inside-out swing, just not doing too much with it. Machado almost got there. If his glove was about another inch longer, that's probably caught. Starling Marte is in. 2 for 4 last night. Had 2 singles and stole 2 bases as well. He stole second base and third against Yu Darvish last night. Did not come around to score, though. Little grounder right to Machado, on to second, to first, and that's a 6-4-3 double play there. Quickly erased. almost 106 miles an hour off the bat for Marte. Just a one-hop smash to Machado. Just an easy play for him to make. No Will Myers in the game. Handling the duties at first, it'll be Brandon Drury today. It's the change in the lineup for the Padres today. Francisco Lindor is due next. He went 0 for 3 last night, got hit by a pitch and stole a base though. .270 batting average on the year. Snell's first pitch, just on the bottom of the zone there, right at the knees. 91 mile an hour slider, and it's 0-1. Mets are going to have some questions to answer if they don't win this game here. All the changes that they made organizationally actually got them to the postseason this year. Great job, but the last 2-3 weeks, it'd be safe to call it a little bit of a collapse for the Mets anyway. Getting swept by the Braves, losing control of the division to the Braves in the final couple weeks of the season. They led their division for over 150 days of the season, I believe, and just absolutely collapsed down the stretch. Their pitching fell apart a little bit. That was the story in Game 1 with Scherzer. We'll see what happens here in Game 2. Lindor is ahead, 2-1. Mets did make a move on their roster today, moving Joely Rodriguez anyway, had a injury. They brought up Taijuan Walker to the active roster. Rodriguez will not be eligible in the division series should they advance. I imagine they're going to use the starter anyway in Walker. So not a big difference though. But Rodriguez did have a nice year for them. 3-1 here. Hit hard by Lindor. Out to left field. Back to the wall. Home run! Mets in front 1-0. Great job by Francisco Lindor taking advantage of that poor pitch by Snell. Just absolutely in the wheelhouse for Lindor, and he didn't miss it. Great job by Francisco Lindor getting all over that one. That one went out to left center field. Fantastic hit. 105.8 miles an hour off the bat. 402 is the distance on it. Great job by Francisco Lindor. And it's 1-0 Mets in a do-or-die game for them. Remember, in the Wildcard series, all 3 games are played at one stadium. Should it advance to 3 games, and Mets have to win tonight to have a chance tomorrow. Good start for them. DeGrom gets a 1-2-3 top half, and then they get the Lindor home run there. Pete Alonso digging in. 271 on the year. Snell misses high, and it's 1-0. That was a big home run there by Lindor. Shaking off the cobwebs of yesterday's game, not letting it linger over. Just off the outside corner. Snell kind of tilting his head, trying to understand the zone of the home plate umpire. It was a little bit outside, though. It was darn close, though. Robo-ump would definitely have called it a ball. I can't show the game, unfortunately. Would if I could. I might be able to do like the Game Day app anyway, which is what I'm thinking I might do here in a moment. 2-1 here to Alonso. Well north of the zone there. 3-1. Snell seems to be missing his location over the past 2 or 3 hitters. Lindor knew it was gone the second he hit it. Immediately looked down and started talking to his bat. Game is on ESPN News right now until the Mariners and Blue Jays game is over on ESPN. They're in the top of the ninth there. Ball 4 as Snell loses in there. Snell has allowed 3 of 4 to reach so far. Gotta wonder if Doug Melvin's going to let this keep going more than 1 or 2 innings if he's going to miss his locations this badly. But you want to give your starter at least an inning to try to get his feet underneath him and see if he can get some length. In a short series like this, though, your bullpen should be a little bit more lengthened out just because it is a kind of a shorter series. You don't need starters 4 and 5 in a 3-game series. You can shift those guys to the bullpen, call upon them with a clean inning. Canna is due up next, hitting .266 on the year. Swung on and missed, a 90-mile-an-hour slider. Looks like he's able to command that slider a little bit better than the fastball so far today. Should he reach, Mcneil would be next, followed by Escobar. The 0-1 pitch by Snell to Canna. Just off the inside corner. Fastball missing location again. 96 mile an hour, just off the inside corner at the knee. Great job by Lindor, though. Not missing it when it was over the zone. Right down the heart of the plate. Cranked that one out to left center. Another fastball misses. Snell cannot locate that fastball. And Nola's going to take time here and go out and talk to him. Snell isn't missing by much, but it's just off the plate one way or the other. Welcome back, Haya. Yeah, we haven't done a live in a long time now. But with the playoffs upon us, wanted to get in the Mets and Padres game tonight. Fun fact, all 9 runs in this series have been scored by the home run. Not that surprising with the 2 teams we have before us today. Snell misses yet again with that fastball. He's just overthrowing it. I think he's trying to get a little bit more speed on it, and he's losing location with it, if I had to guess. He's a little amped up for this start, it looks like. That one misses beneath the zone. Yet another fastball misses location. And if I'm Bob Melvin, the manager for the Padres, I'm getting that bullpen going immediately. That's 4 of 5 Mets have been allowed to reach so far. Jeff McNeil hitting .326 on the year. 9 home runs, had a hit last night. Will be next. Snell already up to 23 pitches. And these are taxing pitches, though. So I would not expect him to go past the 5th inning, even if he does settle it down. Yeah, I'm a bit of a Josh Bell fan myself. He's had to put up with horrible teams in the past. There you just see on the bottom of the screen, Mariners just went in front 10-9. Their first postseason in 21 years. They take the lead in the top of the 9th. Great job, Mariners, coming back from a 4-run deficit there. Might have even been bigger, but that's when I tuned in. No. Blue Jays could be knocked out. Romano has just been taken out of the game. Cal Raleigh came around to score on an Adam Frazier double. Former Padre coming through. Mariners could advance. They're a half inning away from doing it. One and 0 here. Snell trying to work around some trouble. Misses yet again with that fastball. He needs to stop throwing that fastball and be taken out immediately. He just does not have the location of that fastball, and it's 2-0 to Mcneil. $15 balls, 10 strikes so far for Snell, and most of them have been on the fastball that have been out of the zone. That one misses beneath the zone, a slider missing low and away. Snell starting to smile at himself now, saying, well, I guess I can't throw any pitch for a strike here. Nobody, you can't. Get out of your own head and just throw the ball. The 3-0. He finally gets one over. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, chest high. Eduardo Escobar due next. 240 on the year, 20 home runs, and 69 RBIs. The last thing you want to see right now is a base hit if you're a Padres fan. That one's fouled away. 3-2. Snell could be out of it here with one good pitch, even as poor as he's done so far. Only giving up the one run would be something. Mcneil has not struck out in his last 54 at-bats, according to ESPN. Welcome back, Cobra. Hard hit into center, but right to Grisham. And they're out of it. No runs, no hits for the Padres. 1 run, 2 hits, no errors for the Mets. The Lindor home run is the only scoring in the inning. And we move to the top of the second. Well, DeGrom seems to be amped up a little bit. He's throwing 102-mile-an-hour fastballs today. Regularly over 100. We'll see what happens, but you got a couple of good hitters coming up. Bell, Cronenworth, and Drury. All you need to do is get the bat in the path of one of those, and it could go a long way. And ESPN News has just flipped to cornhole, so I got to flip it back to ESPN. I don't know what they're going to do with the... Maybe they flipped it to ESPN 2? Yeah, they flipped it to ESPN 2. So for those of you wanting to watch the game while you're joining us, ESPN has just flipped the Mets and Padres to ESPN 2. Yeah. Well, they're the one with the contract for this game anyway. I like actually the fact that they put it on ABC yesterday. There was a baseball game on ABC for the first time, and I couldn't even tell you how long since that's happened. I mean, it's been on Fox, of course, but ABC just hasn't really invested in or Disney's invested in baseball. Disney owns ABC and ESPN. They've kept it primarily on all the ESPN channels, etc., but they've never put it really on ABC at all. So it was nice to actually see a playoff game getting some high quality airtime. Not that they put it in prime time or anything, but still. They're starting to invest in sports again. Monday Night Football is being broadcast on ABC lately. DeGrom is out for the second inning, 98 miles an hour on that one, the fastball to Bell on the outside corner, 0-1. Looks like the Mariners have loaded the bases in the top of the ninth. Another 98 mile an hour fastball off the plate this time. DeGrom seems to be calming down a little bit. No longer at that 102 threshold. .99 just off the outside corner again. Bell just biding his time right now. The 2-1. Hard grounder into the shift, and Bell is retired. One away. Just going to check in on that Mariners game while we wait for the next hitter. Simber is on the mound, pitching to J.P. Crawford. Julio Rodriguez is on deck. The 1-2 off the outside corner. He did not go around. 2-2. Bases loaded. 2 away in the top of the ninth in that one. It'll be Jake Cronenworth next. Cronenworth bluffs a bunt. That pitch is well beneath the zone. 82 mile an hour curveball. That's the first time he's thrown that pitch today. Cronenworth in game 1 went 0 for 4 with a couple of strikeouts. Hit .239 on the year with 17 home runs. So he's got a little bit of pop in that bat. 99 off the plate. Now DeGrom's starting to miss his location a little bit here. Playoffs certainly do raise the stakes, add a lot of pressure on these pitchers. That's why you've seen short starts, etc. in the postseason for the last, 10 years now. It's a rarity to see him go any longer than 5-6 innings. Even in the regular season, it's rare to see that. 2-1 as that one's fouled away by Cronenworth. .100 mile an hour there. Swung on and missed. Fastball on the outside corner. Belt high. It's like he's missing his location up and down, but at least he's getting it right and left correct. Got to be careful not to do that in the middle of the plate. Could get dangerous. .100 mile an hour fastball lifted into left center. Canna is over and makes the catch. 2 away. For those of you wondering what happened with that bases loaded situation with J.P. Crawford, let's see. Trying to get to pull up here for you guys. Looks like Crawford grounded out to the second baseman. Interesting. Slider by DeGrom misses beneath the zone. 1-0. If you guys are doing the game day thing on MLB.com anyway, They've added a whole bunch of advertisements that have really condensed the screen. Otherwise, I'd probably put it on here. It's tough for me to even read, so I'm not going to bother putting it on the screen for you guys. Two and 0 now, and 3 and 0. DeGrom missing his location again. 100-mile-an-hour fastball, unable to find the zone. 3 and 0 to Brandon Drury, hitting .263 on the year. Has 8 home runs. You guys might remember his introduction to San Diego, or should I say Slam Diego, was a grand slam in his first at-bat. 100-mile-an-hour pitch right on the outside corner. Gets a friendly call there. 3 and 1. Another 100-mile-an-hour pitch, ground swiftly over to third. Escobar flips on to first. Alonso a nice stretch, and that's the third out of the inning. 1-0 Mets in front after 1.5. It'll be Escobar, Ruff, and Nitto due up next. If I could put it on the screen, I would, but there's all kinds of restrictions on that kind of a thing. I can't do that, unfortunately. Try to keep you guys around as much as I can. Much like radio, etc. Except a little bit better, hopefully. Plus, you guys can have fun, chat along. Teoscar Hernandez is up right now for the Blue Jays. He has 2 home runs in the game already for the Blue Jays, but they're down by 1, and George Kirby is on to try to close this game out for the Mariners. Kirby, of course, is the starting pitcher that you might have heard of from the Mets. He was probably going to be your Game 3 starter. Looks like the Mariners are investing all their chips into this game right now, trying to shut it down. Good battle going on between Kirby and Hernandez. Already up to the 8th pitch of the at-bat right now. A lot of blank expressions on those Blue Jays faces. Hernandez fouls that one off again. We'll see a 9th pitch in that at-bat. This is probably the last best chance here for the Blue Jays right now. After him, it'll be Chapman and Jansen, as I tried to combine the names. The 2-2. Grounded hard, right to Crawford. Flips on to first. And that's the first out. Mariners 2 outs away. Snell is back out for his second inning of work. 1-2 now on Escobar as he fouls that one back to the screen. And that one north of the zone, but swung on and missed. And that's the first strikeout there for Snell. Nice work. One away here in the bottom of the second. Darren Ruff due up next. Darren Ruff in his career versus Snell, including the postseason, 3 for 7. Does have a home run with 3 strikeouts. Buck Showalter counting on that success against Snell in this one. Of course, the other DH option for the Mets anyway, the left-handed complement, is Daniel Vogelbach. You don't want to go left on left. Vogelbach crushes right-handed pitching. Not so much the lefty. You can bet we'll see Vogelbach in the game at some point, though, when they do go to the bullpen. Snell ahead 0-2. Seems to have calmed down a little bit. Ruff completely tied up on that one. That one was north of the zone and swung on and missed by Ruff. 2 away. Vogelbach shaking his head. That's kind of funny. Saying, Coach, you should have had me in the lineup, not Ruff. I would have at least get a good swing at it. Here's Nitto taking low ball 1. One and one now. Looks like he's starting to command that fastball a lot better than he did in that opening inning. A lot of emotions. Looked like they were driving Snell in that one. That one in the dirt, swung on and missed by Nitto, and it's 1-2. Mets trying to force the action here. Blue Jays have a runner on with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th, in their last best chance to advance, or at least stay alive and force a game 3. Snell misses very high with that fastball. 2-2. Little tapper behind home plate. Remains 2-2. Thank you guys for joining us. If this is your first time with us, welcome to the Upside. We cover the NFL, NBA, MLB, and the NHL. Ooh. That was tied up. Nitto is completely off the inside corner of the plate, but I thought his bat might have gone around. First base umpire says no, looking at the replay. Ew. About 5 more degrees and that would have been a strike. Didn't quite come to center, got about right here. If his bat got here, that would have been a strike. That one up and in. That's ball 4. And we go back to the top of the order here. It'll be Nimmo due next. Nimmo reached in the top half of the first, or excuse me, in the bottom half of the first inning. See how Snell does in this through the second time through the lineup. Tonight he has 3 walks already. Just looking at the success for Blake Snell in the months of May, June, and July, had walk rates over 12, 13, and 14%. In the last couple of months where he had that turnaround, commanded the ball much better, 5% and 8% in August and September respectively. Just off the inside corner. 96-mile-an-hour fastball there. 2-0. Snell questioning the home plate umpire, wondering what was wrong with that one. He wasn't actually asking him like he was upset. He just looked like he was more wondering why he wasn't getting the strike call on that one. Looks like he's still trying to calibrate what this umpire wants to call and what he doesn't. That one finds the zone though, and it's 2-1. Snell set, and the pitch. Little tapper over to third. Machado ranging into the foul territory. Makes a nice throw over to first, but that's well late. Nice try there by Machado. Nimmo with the second hit of the game. 2 on, 2 away. I'd expect a mound visit here possibly. Got to think if another one reaches here, we could see a pitching change here in the second inning. They have yet to pan the camera to the bullpen, though, to see if anybody's actually warming. For me, though, if another one reaches and then you have Lindor due up, I'm sorry, but you can't have Lindor face Snell yet again. Sure, it might make your bullpen have extra innings, but who cares at this point? You're trying to win a game. It's the postseason. You win this one, you win the series. Mar takes strike one on the inside corner, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Marte during the year hit .292, 16 home runs. Another 96-mile-an-hour fastball right at the knees, 0-2. That one looked to be right in the wheelhouse for Marte, but looks like he was taken all the way there. That one well north of the zone, 1-2. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you haven't already hit that like button, please do so. It really helps us out. Let us know who you're cheering for. Where you're watching the game from, etc. Marte hits this one hard, but it's a lazy fly ball into center. Grisham is there, makes the catch. And through 2 innings, 1-0. The only run coming on that Francisco Lindor bomb out to left center field. And the Mets lead it 1-0. Well, for those of you who are Blue Jays fans, I've got some bad news for you. The Mariners have shut it down. It is a 10-9 victory versus the Blue Jays. Blue Jays lose 2 games at home when they were the heavy favorite to open the series anyway. Blue Jays went with Gosman in Game 2, Manoah in Game 1. Barrios did not pitch in this series. Or did not get a start in this series anyway. But the Mariners go into Toronto and get a game-winning RBI double by Adam Frazier in the 9th inning. And they advance to beat the Blue Jays in their first postseason series since 2001. They're all putting on their Wildcard champ shirts, etc. October baseball, blah, blah, blah. The celebration is on. Luis Castillo was dominant in Game 1 for the Mariners. Blue Jays fans are just sitting there stunned. Most of them haven't left their seats, just watching the Mariners celebrate on the Blue Jays field. A lot of Seattle fans there, though. Looks like they're about to flip this back over to the Mets and Padres game on ESPN. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 due up for the Padres against DeGrom. DeGrom in the first inning looked super amped, 102-mile-an-hour fastball regularly. The last half inning anyway, he was around 98 to 100, so we'll see how he does in the third inning if he continues that downward trend here, gets down to 96, 98, and then those fastballs become a lot more hittable with that change in velocity. And ESPN does indeed switch it over. DeGrom is back out there, up to 26 pitches so far. Strike one on the outside corner, 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Looks like he's still got that velocity this half inning. It's one thing I'm curious to see is how he does going through the length of this game. Nice off-speed pitch, and somehow gets the called strike on that one. That might have tickled the very bottom of the outside of the zone there, but that was a very friendly call there for DeGrom. Remember, Major League Baseball is wanting that pitch to be called up a little bit higher a strike, not the low pitch. The 0-2 here, just off the outside corner, 100-mile-an-hour fastball there. And the slider misses low and away, 2-2. Looks like they're certainly pitching away from Kim. Don't want to get anywhere near his hot zone. Kim hitting .251 on the year, 11 home runs. He went 2 for 3 in game one, a double, a single, and had a walk. Remember, before he came over to the States anyway, he was a world-class baseball player internationally. Signed a 4-year, $28 million deal with the Padres. At the time, a number of teams were interested in him. However, year one was absolutely abysmal. He did not have a regular spot in the lineup, though. I think that's the biggest reason why Kim struggled last year. This year, with more consistent playing time, a little bit better. Wow. Kim is absolutely beside himself right now. That pitch was just off the outside corner. Might have tickled the outside of the corner again. Just barely. Nice pitch by DeGrom, though. Fantastic pitch. Kim took a couple of steps toward first base, stood around. Home plate umpire shook his head at the ump. Ump kind of shakes him off. Kim stared him down for a minute, waited, and then went back to the dugout. But DeGrom is getting the advantage of the call so far. Guess that's what happens when you're a $35+ million pitcher. Grisham in the box, hitting 8th, hitting 184 on the year, 17 homers. Is ahead 1-0 here as he digs back into the box. Curveball misses low and in again, 2-0. Looks like DeGrom is trying to work on something, trying to get that curveball going in this at-bat more than trying to attack the hitter. I suppose when you're going up against a guy hitting 184, you can take some time to get your pitches into the zone. DeGrom nails the very bottom of the zone with that one. 101-mile-an-hour dart right at the knees. Grisham had a home run last night. This one's driven out to deep left center. Going back is Nimmo, looking up, and that one's gone. We are tied 1-1. And the Padres dugout is absolutely berserk right now. DeGrom looked like he was getting paint after paint after paint. 106.8 off the bat, 400-foot home run there by Trent Grisham. That ball just kept carrying and carrying and carrying. That was just a nice piece of hitting by Grisham there. Got a great swing on a ball that wasn't exactly a horrible pitch and just took it to left center, going the opposite way. Austin Nola digging in, fouls off the first one there. Little wind out of the sail there for DeGrom. 98-mile-an-hour fastball there. But it's a brand new ball game. Remember, the Mets are fighting for their playoff lives right now. A loss and they're gone. Swung on and missed. 0-2. DeGrom trying to get his emotions under control. You can tell on the mound. Upset with himself he gave up that home run to a guy hitting 184. 100-mile-an-hour fastball there again. Fouled back. Still 0-2. Swung on and missed. Slider well outside of the zone, but chased by Nola. 2 away. DeGrom up to 4 strikeouts so far today. But all that matters right now is that scoreboard. 1-1 is where we sit. Solo home run in the first by Lindor. Solo home run by Grisham here in the third. Only 2 playoff series still left here in the wild card round. Both of the American League series are already over. Guardians swept the Rays. Mariners swept the Blue Jays. That one up and into Profar. Takes a wide walk after that one. 1-0. Profar hitting .243 on the year, 15 home runs, 723 OPS. Hitting .500 this postseason so far. Did have that 3-run home run last night against Scherzer. 100-mile-an-hour right at the top of the zone. Fouled away by Profar, and it's 1-1. Scherzer sitting right next to Showalter in the dugout. They're having a conversation over there. Love to be a fly on the wall of that conversation, that's for sure. Change up in the dirt. 2-1. Mets faithful not so jubilant anymore. The highs and lows of being a fan, I suppose. The 2-1 pitch. In the dirt, 3-1. DeGrom started to miss some location over the last couple of days. Or the last couple of innings, excuse me. A lot of smiles right now in that Padres dugout. That one off the outside corner, and that's a 5-pitch walk there by DeGrom. ESPN pops up a note that that's the third Padre with a home run in consecutive postseason games. The only other two, Jim Leyritz in 1998 and Ken Caminiti in 1996. Couldn't tell you who the Jim guy was, but Ken Caminiti, you might remember him. Big time home run hitter for the Padres. Played some for the Astros as well. Trying to remember who else he played for. I want to say he played for one of the either the Braves, Rangers, or Rockies. But anyway, I remember him most for his days with the Padres. Got a mound visit here. That's why we have a little bit of a delay. Juan Soto digging in. 236 average on the year since joining the Padres, I believe. It's got to be wrong. Some of the other stats on here aren't making any sense. One a no to Soto. The pitch hit hard through the shift into right. Marte is up with it. Air mails the toss over to third, And that one goes all the way almost into the stands. Profar is there easily into third. If that ball hops into the stands, that's a run. Just a horrible throw by Marte. Just hit the cutoff man. I understand you want to get the runner, but Profar was easily in there ahead of the throw. Could have been a very costly mistake. As it is, Soto does advance to second on the error there by Marte. I'm going to go ahead and call it an error anyway, because that ball was well wide of third. DeGrom, the only guy over there, is able to barehand it off of the wall as it bounded back towards the field of play. Nobody else was making a move for it. So if he didn't make that catch in midair, it is a 2-1 game. Machado takes time here. Runners on second and third. DeGrom up to 21 pitches here in the inning. Started the inning with 26. He's up to 47. Yeah, that makes more sense. The stat that didn't make sense on my screen anyway was that they said Juan Soto had 6 home runs for the entire year. No. He had 6 home runs with San Diego, 21 with Washington. Josh Bell in the on-deck circle. 0-1 here to Machado. Just off the outside corner. Machado shaking his head up and down, going all right. I should say nodding his head up and down, not shaking his head. .898 OPS for Machado. Did strike out back in the first. That one bounces well in front of home plate. Nice piece of work there by Nitto, keeping it in front of him. When it bounces that early in front of home plate, you really have no idea which way it's going to go. That's why you almost see him go into a full stand just in case it goes to the right or left. Nice off-speed pitch, slider on the outside corner, 93 miles an hour. Machado saying, throw that again. Oh, says good pitch, but throw that again. Oh, alrighty then. Got to be confident. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Fastball almost up at the eyes, 100 miles an hour. And DeGrom gets out of it. Yeah, Machado talking to the home plate umpire going, yeah, I swung at one that was way up there, wasn't I? Yep. It looks almost like he closed his eyes, like he blinked in the middle of his swing and lost track of where that one was going. Either way, that's the third out of the inning. 5th strikeout for DeGrom overall. Rebounds after giving up that home run to the 8th place hitter, Trent Grisham. And we're all square going to the bottom of the third. It'll be Lindor, Alonso, and Canha. Lindor, of course, with the solo home run back in the first. ESPN2 is going to have the Phillies and Cardinals game for those of you who are interested in that one. We'll check in on it periodically. Hope you guys had fun watching some college football. Had a horrible Thursday night game. Sorry if you're a Broncos fan, but that was atrocious. And now they're saying he has Russell Wilson has a partially torn lat. We'll see what that means for him, if he's going to miss any time or if he misses time. But either way, I mean, Russell Wilson just looks putrid so far this year. $250 million and all the assets they gave up to get him. It's so far not looking good at all. About as ugly a football as you can see. And for the Colts, another year of rental quarterbacks. Matt Ryan just was under pressure all night last night. He performed better than Russell Wilson, but the reason why the game was so close is just that Broncos defense was able to get to him over and over and over and over again. Not to mention the poor play by both quarterbacks, but Ryan was still better than Wilson by a mile. Schwarber strikes out to lead off the game for the Phillies. Nice off-speed pitch there, Miles Michaelis. Reese Hoskins 0 for 5 in game 1, digging in, takes strike 1 on the inner half of the plate. Flip back over the Mets game for you guys because I think it's back from commercial. Yep. Blake Snell back out there for his third inning of work. He's already at 51 pitches so far today. First pitch here to Lindor. Off speed just off the inside corner. That's a call that DeGrom was getting the last half of the inning against Kim. Snell does not get the same call. You can call it home field advantage. You can call it whatever you want to call it. But I want to see it called the same way both ways. Sorry. 96 just off the plate. That one indeed was a ball, and it's 2-0. Lindor, only the second Mets shortstop ever to have a home run in the postseason. The other one, Jose Reyes, of course. 95 right at the knees on the outer half of the plate. 2-1. .89-mile-an-hour changeup well beneath the zone. 3-1. Snell either is pitching very carefully here to Lindor, or he just doesn't want to, or he's struggling with his command yet again. We'll see what happens. Padres outfield shifts around a little bit now with the count in his favor. Assuming he's going to pull the ball a little bit more. 3-2 now as that one's fouled back. Outfield pretty much straight away now, rather than being shaded towards right anyway. The pitch, well north of the zone, and that's a full count walk yet again for Blake Snell. In the history of the Mets, they've had 4 100-win seasons, according to ESPN. 1969 and 86, they won the World Series in both of those years. In 88, they lost in the NLCS. We'll see what happens this time. Of course, you guys might remember that 1986 World Series against the, I want to say the Red Sox. Bill Buckner, etc. The Buckner ball. Snell, lazy toss over to first. Lindor is easily back. Alonso had a walk in the first. He's 1 for 4 in the series. Mets would love to see a long drive here. Time requested by the catcher there. Cardinals got through the top half of the first there unscathed. They go to the bottom half. Another pickoff attempt here. Gotta wonder if they're trying to get somebody loose out in that bullpen. I'm curious. They still haven't panned to the bullpen to see if anybody's out there loosening yet. Snell just doesn't look like he has it. It's a miracle it's a one-run game, or it's a 1-1 game right now. Maybe they're just hoping for one, maybe two more innings here out of Snell. Maybe that's what they're hoping for here. Swung on and missed a big rip there by Alonso on a fastball above the zone. Maybe about an inch or two north of the zone. Appreciate you guys joining us. If you're just joining us, like I mentioned, hit that subscribe button. It really does help us out. Thank you very much for all of you who are already subscribers. We're up to 679 at the beginning of the day anyway. Took a few weeks anyway trying to get some things done, both with work, family, etc. Had a birthday, a couple of birthdays in the family as well. But we should be pretty much good for the rest. Trying to grind it out through the rest of the year. November 27th is when we started this channel, so hopefully we can hit the 1,000 by then. That's our goal. So if you haven't hit that subscribe button already, please do so. 0-2 here to Alonso. The pitch by Snell. Nice curveball there. Popped up. Nola will not have a play on it though. It will remain 0-2. After the conclusion of this game, I'll be making some short videos for you guys again, get back into the groove of that. And then we'll start doing some regular lives with you guys again. I would have done a doubleheader tonight, but unfortunately the schedule didn't cooperate. I was hoping they'd be able to do the Mets and Padres like at 6, and then hopefully there'd be a 9 o'clock game, but unfortunately not going to happen. Another one well north of the zone. 1-2. Snell up to 61 pitches now. Got to think if he gets north of 80 by the end of this inning, we're going to see a pitching change in the 4th. Snell, another soft toss over to first. Good trade deadline acquisition there in Brandon Drury. His flexibility, first, second, third, short, any of the outfield spots. It's invaluable in the postseason, especially when you're trying to pinch hit for certain players here and there. You can move Drury around wherever you need him to play. They got a lot of guys like that. Profar's another one. Kim's another one. Kim was a shortstop by trade internationally, but he's had some flexibility over the past couple of years. Same thing with Cronenworth. Myers can play a couple of spots. Machado can play a couple of spots. Grisham can play any of the outfield spots out there. Fouled away by Alonso, and it was still 1-2. We saw Aaron Judge hit 62 home runs this year. Just missed getting the Triple Crown. Luis Ariz handled the batting average championship in the American League. That's the only major offensive category in the American League Aaron Judge was not number 1 in. Curious to see if he does win the MVP. That one well off the plate inside, 96 off the plate. 2-2. The only competition you'd think for MVP would be Shohei Ohtani. On the NL side, a little bit more murky over there. You could always go with Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, etc. from the Dodgers. For my money, though, it's probably going to go to one of the Braves, just the way they were able to stay afloat with Acuna being out early in the season. The big lead the Mets had, and then charging back yet again and taking the division from the Mets as the season waned, drew to a close anyway. Alonso fouls that one off yet again. 2-2. But for my money, Austin Riley would have to be in consideration for MVP as well. Matt Olson didn't have quite as good of a year as Freddie Freeman, so he's outside looking in my opinion. Cardinals had a good second half of the year, not a great first half. Goldschmidt, though, was clearly the MVP favorite in the first half of the season. Maybe he'll hang on and claim it for the Central. Central Division champions, St. Louis Cardinals. Padres, though, of course, made the biggest trade deadline acquisition in Juan Soto. They brought in Josh Hader as well. Moved out Eric Hosmer to the Red Sox. Shifted some money around. Of course, they're paying every single dime of Hosmer's deal. Brought in Josh Bell along with Soto in that deal. Things didn't work out so well after that, though. They had a lot of momentum right after that trade, and then within a week, we got the news that Francisco Lindor, or not Francisco Lindor, but Fernando Tatis Jr. anyway, was going to be suspended for 80 games due to performance-enhancing drugs. Says he took it for ringworm. And I'm sorry, when you're at this high of a level, all the momentum and all the off-season issues that he had to begin with, all the motorcycle accidents, failure to take care of himself in the off-season medically after those accidents, coming into training camp still injured, needing surgery, etc. As Alonso strikes out there. The Mets so far in the series 2 for 18 with runners on base anyway. Things are not looking good for the Mets so far offensively, but hey, they got DeGrom on the hill, so all you need is one, is the thought process there. Canna takes a nice curveball that bends over the outer half of the plate for a strike. Canna worked a walk in his first at bat. Snell up to 67 pitches so far. The 0-1. Beneath the zone, and it's 1-1. But the acquisition of Josh Hader by the Padres just didn't work quite as well as they had hoped. They traded their own closer away in that deal in Taylor Rogers, along with 3 other players, a utility outfielder in Ruiz, back-end starter, bullpen option in Dylan Lamet, as well as a prospect. Trading away a little bit of depth anyway to get the Brewers' longtime closer. Of course, Hader did not perform well before the trade, and since the trade to San Diego has not performed great. Lindor was off on that pitch. Would have easily had second base, but it was fouled away. It's 1-2. As ESPN documents all the failed attempts to cash in with runners on for the Mets so far today. It's still early, guys. It's only the bottom of the third. Let's not get carried away. All it takes is one hit here by Canna, and then things look a little bit different. Completely ties him up, and that's strike 3. Nice piece of pitching there by Snell. That's the 4th strikeout. Trying to equal DeGrom's 5 through 3 innings. He's got one more batter to do it. It'll be Jeff McNeil, though. He does not strike out often. As we saw the graphic in his last at-bat, has not struck out in his last 54 plate appearances before his last one. Mcneil digs in. Pickoff attempt. Kind of a lazy one there by Snell. Just keeping him honest. Mcneil did have 9 home runs this year. Has crossed the 70 pitch mark so far. Another lazy pickoff attempt to first. In case you're wondering, this is about the point where it would be halfway through a game during the regular season. We're an hour 30 in right now to when the stream started. The game started about 15 minutes into our stream, and yet we're only in the bottom of the third. Pitch clock and robo-ump, come on, get here. Mcneil behind 0-1 now as that one finds the zone on the outer half. I tuned into that Mariners game when they were down 5-9. Apparently they were down 7 and still took it. Phillies just scored a run. Just saw that pop up on the screen down at the bottom. On the ticker below. They came back and beat the Cardinals, I believe, in Game 1. Scoring 6 runs in the 9th inning. Little tapper out to second. Cronenworth flips on to Drury. And Mcneil is retired. Through 3. Padres 1 run, 2 hits, no errors. Mets 1 run, 3 hits, no errors. A friend of mine just messaged me. It's going to be 1 o'clock before we finally see the end of this game at this rate. Not far off. Especially if we see 15 innings like we saw earlier today with the Rays and Guardians game. Of course, that game moved very quickly because there was only 1 run scored. A walk-off home run by Gonzalez in the 15th. Just so you guys can get a sense of how that one went. Just going to read off some of the pitching numbers for you guys. In all 15 innings, the Rays hitters only managed to get 6 hits. They had 5 walks as well. Cleveland had 5 hits and had 3 walks for their hitters. Just looking at their numbers anyway. Glasnow pitched 5 scoreless innings. Everybody else was 2 or 1 innings, so they went into that bullpen regularly for the Rays. For Cleveland, McKenzie got through 6, gave up 2 hits and 2 walks. Purely magical start for him. Henches came on and pitched 3 shutout innings to get the win later on. Class A did come on and pitch in that one, the great closer for Cleveland. But Corey Kluber got the loss, though, for the Rays. Unfortunate for them to have their season end that way. But all in all, a great season for both teams. Cleveland's done it a little bit differently this year than most other clubs. They knew their strength was going to be contact hitters. They didn't have a whole lot of home runs. They actually had a lower salary, payroll anyway, than the Rays this year, and yet still walk away with the victory and the series sweep of the Rays. Josh Bell due up. Bell, since the trade over to San Diego, is only hitting .192 with 3 home runs. However, he does have a home run yesterday against these Mets. When am I going to stream next? Not entirely sure. I want to do one tomorrow. That's what I'm planning on doing. Gonna watch some football. I might do one early in the morning. Just kind of, I might do the London game. I don't know. We'll see. Might do fantasy football. I haven't entirely decided what I want to do for a stream tomorrow. So if you guys have any ideas, feel free to share them. As you guys know, I'm a little bit of a Vikings and Cowboys fan, so those games are in different time slots, so I'm not going to be able to watch both of them. I do like to spend a little bit of time on Sundays with the family, so might do a postseason game or two. The 1-1 pitch. Grounded through the shift into right center. Marte gets over there and picks it up. Bell is safely on with a single there to right. Let the rally start for the Padres. That's the Josh Bell we know. A 300 hitter, contact hitter, takes the ball where it's pitched. That one he still kind of rolled over on it, but got enough force on that to get it between the hole there between the second baseman and shortstop. Bell, when he's at his best, is working all fields while still getting enough power to be able to knock the ball out of the yard a few times. Cronenworth in the series 0 for 5. Due up next against DeGrom. First pitch, kind of a lollipop that one in there, 89 mile an hour changeup. Again, if the Mets lose tonight, their season is over. A 100-win team out after 2 losses at home. And I understand they have a new, manager. They got Scherzer in on a huge contract, new ownership, whole new energy and vibe to this team. But the collapse down the stretch, not the way you want to begin things if you're the Mets. You have to solidify yourselves, get the win here, win tomorrow night, and then you're on to face the Dodgers, and then that'll just be a great series. Win or lose, that would at least salvage the season in my mind if you're a Mets fan. If you lose, get swept at home in a postseason series against the Padres, after the collapse you had down the stretch, the whole narrative of this team changes from what are the possibilities to what's wrong with the Mets. Oh wait, they're the Mets. There's always something wrong. That's how quickly that narrative changes if they lose here tonight to the Padres. I really would like to see them go after John Daniels for their president of baseball ops anyway. Dayton Moore is also out there. I expect him to be mentioned for that position. Buck Showalter, I think, is entrenched though as the manager, no matter who comes on board. Nice beneficial call there again for DeGrom. If you're a Padres fan, that's got to be making you sick, seeing DeGrom get these borderline calls and Snell not. Two and two. That one was indeed just off the plate, but still got the call. Little tapper to short. Lindor flips on to second. They get Bell. They'll settle for the 1 out. Cronenworth runs well, was easily safe there at first. No throw was even attempted by Mcneil. 1 away. It'll be Brandon Drury next, followed by Kim. Now, there are some conspiracy theorists that'll say, it's DeGrom, it's the Mets. They want them to, advance in the series. They want New York to face LA in the second round. Yeah, I'm sure baseball would love that, but I don't think the umpires have any inclination to make, balls or strike calls in favor of one team or the other just to face whatever team in the second round. I think they have zero interest in that. They don't even think about that. They're just trying to call it as fair as they can, but you still have to understand that DeGrom is the pitcher. Everybody knows he's the pitcher on the mound, so he's going to get the call more often than not. Yet another reason why you should have robo-umps. Oh, did I say that part out loud again? My bad. Want to know here to Drury. Another pickoff attempt. Cronenworth basically standing on the bag on that one. DeGrom up to 61 pitches here in the top of the fourth with 1 away. Another one well north of the zone. DeGrom missing his spot now with his fastball a little bit. But to answer your question, when am I going to do a stream next? Tomorrow. I'm just going to look at the schedule here tomorrow here. Just see who's play or see what time the games are for baseball and kind of go from there. Three and 0 now. Drury's going to get something to hit. I don't think DeGrom's just going to be careful with him. Swung on and missed. Nice competitive pitch there by DeGrom. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. The top of the zone on the outside corner. Another 100-mile-an-hour fastball, a little bit closer to the center of the plate there. Got away with one there. Drury missed it and fouled it back. 3 and 2 now. Crowd comes to their feet here with one away here in the top of the fourth. Drury did not miss that one by much. The runner is off. Little tapper out to short. Lindor got the runner at second. I thought he was off with the pitch. I'm surprised he was out. But in either event, Drury is safe at first. I want to see that one again if he really was off with the pitch or what. Looks like they're going to look at this one. Looks like Drury is indeed safe just before the throw. Let me pull up the schedule for tomorrow. There's no times on the games yet, obviously, because they're all if necessary. I prefer to do a playoff game tomorrow, if I can. But we'll see what time these games fall in. Little tapper to Lindor again, and they go the easy way again. All 3 outs this inning are recorded that way. DeGrom finishes the top of the fourth at 68, 69 pitches anyway, through the frame. And we go to the bottom of the fourth. Guessing Blake Snell will come out yet again. It'll be Escobar, Ruff, and Nitto, the bottom 3 in the order for the Mets. If you can get one more half inning out of Snell, got to think that's a win for the Padres considering how this game started for them. Going to check in on the Phillies and Cardinals game. They're in commercial break as well. They're going to go to the top of the third already there. For those of you wondering how the Phillies got the lead, a Bryce Harper home run to right field. And they lead it 1-0. Cardinals trying to stave off elimination as well. You guys tell me, who do you think is going to win tonight between the Padres and Mets? Phillies and Cardinals. Will we see a Game 3 in either series? At this point, I don't think so here with the Mets and Padres. I really like what the Padres have been able to do, weathering the storm so far. Mets, by all rights, should be ahead in this game by 4-1, 5-1. Yet the score is still tied through 3.5, 1-1. Or the inability to get a run across got to be the most disappointing thing for the Mets. Spoiling yet another DeGrom start. DeGrom's pitched very well, especially considering that the last 4 starts he's had, he's been terrible. But it's just been more of the same for the Mets. The inability to drive in the run. It will indeed be Blake Snell back out there. Games will be on ESPN. Sunday NFL Countdown, of course, is between 9 and 12, so got to think the playoff games will be in the afternoon tomorrow. I don't think they'll want to compete with Sunday Night Football. Of course, they might want to have a game in prime time. Probably the Mets, if I had to guess, is the game they would want to have in prime time. Put the Phillies in the 3 o'clock slot. If they decide not to go up against Sunday Night Football, then again, maybe put the Mets at the noon hour and then the Phillies and Cardinals in the late window. We shall see. 2-0 here. That one bends just, and I mean just, off the inside corner. Yet another call that's not going his way. Just looking at the replay of it, I mean when I say just misses the zone, I don't think you could fit one of my tiny little hairs in between where that strike zone is and the ball. That one misses, and it's a 4-pitch walk. Snell up to 77 pitches. I've mentioned that the Padres should get the bullpen going in each of the first 3 innings. Well, with a leadoff walk on 4 pitches, we might finally see Melvin agree and put a reliever in motion down there. Ruff did have that horrible-looking strikeout in his first at-bat. Got to think that's why he's been given this bottom of the 4th to try to get through as well. See if he can get through the 7, 8, 9 in the lineup. Another ugly attempt at a swing. This time he does hold off on that ball low in the dirt. Looks like possibly Mcneil is loosening out there. Could be mistaken. Not exactly sure who exactly was loosening out there. Beautiful curveball there. Just finds the bottom of the zone. 80 miles an hour. Just tickling the very bottom. 1-1 is the count. It's Nick Martinez that they got loosening now. Long reliever, bullpen arm, occasional starter, pitched for Team USA during the World Baseball Classic and the Olympics, etc. He was the best pitcher on that Olympic team. That one was all the way in the strike zone and still didn't get the call. It's 2-1 here to Ruff. This home plate umpire is certainly squeezing Snell tonight. Not so much with DeGrom. That one misses well beneath the zone, 3-1. Looks like he's going more off speed here with Ruff, not giving him a chance to see fastballs. Gotta imagine the fastball's coming here. Don't want to see back-to-back walks to lead off the 4th inning. Swung on and missed, 97, right on the inside corner. Belt high. 3-2 is the count. 82 pitches now. The 3-2 offering. Fouled straight back to the screen, and we'll do it again. NBA season is right around the corner. Preseason's already begun. NHL season starts next week. Really excited about that. In case you guys are wondering, hockey is my favorite sport. So we'll be covering a little bit more hockey than you might see on other networks. That one inside, and that's another walk. Back-to-back walks to lead off the fourth inning for the Mets. We're going to see a mound visit here. Curious to see if they bring in Martinez now or if they wait one more batter. Nitto has officially been announced. Martinez looks like he just gave the go-ahead to the bullpen coach that he's just about ready. In case you're wondering how many pitches Snell has thrown in a postseason start, the biggest one was 105 in the ALCS in 2020, or in 2020 anyway. But outside of that, he's only been in the mid-80s. So far today, he's at 84 pitches. This might be the limit here for Snell. The Rays always protected Snell. Never really let him pitch deep into games in the postseason. We'll see how willing they are to do that here with the Padres, how much further they're going to give him. This is probably the last hitter here for Snell. They choose not to take him out here with Nitto coming up. I probably would have made the change right there. Let Martinez get warm. Don't bring him in to face the top of the lineup, but instead let him face Nitto and then see how he can handle the top of the lineup. But as it stands, it's 2 on, nobody out. Nitto at the plate. Nitto squares around to bunt, misses the bunt, but it was a strike anyway, 0-1. Mets playing some small ball here. Just when you don't bunt that often, you're not going to be able to do it. Got to practice what you're going to do in the game. And you could tell Nitto did not look comfortable squaring around there. He did lead Major League Baseball with 12 of them during the year. But in either event, he still does not look comfortable squaring around to bunt. That one's beneath the zone, 1-1. Machado is in on the grass at third. Drury as well. Middle infielders back at double play depth, just in case. Snell up to 86 pitches here. The 1-1 pitch. Squares around again, but that one's a strike right at the knees. Oh my goodness. That was all the way inside the strike zone. Both bench coach and the manager are yelling, screaming at the home plate umpire. This has been some horrible officiating so far in this game. It's clear that DeGrom has had the clear advantage to strike and ball and strike calls in this game so far. That one was all the way inside the strike zone. It's happened twice in the last 2 hitters to Snell. Another one squared around by Nitto, and that's bumped back to the screen. 2-2. As fans, we can go crazy about it, but when you're the pitcher on the mound, you got to focus on the hitter. Nitto unable to get the bat or to square around enough. Got to catch it with the bat and pretty much just deaden it right there. But just instead of holding the bat like this, he hit it like this, and that's why it popped back behind the screen. Just didn't get square to the ball enough. 2-2. The 89th pitch for Snell. Swung on and missed. A nice slider there at the top of the zone for the first out of the inning. That's the 5th strikeout for Snell. San Diego Padre fans in attendance giving it back to the Mets faithful. Bob Melvin is on the top step of that dugout. You can imagine for two different reasons. One, to run out there and scream at the home plate umpire for not calling it even one way or the other. And two, because Snell has been a little loose tonight. Looks like he's just about ready to come out of the game, but a nice strikeout there. Avoiding the sac bunt. Nimmo again with an inside-out swing. Profar does lay out and knock it down, though. Escobar will score. They do keep Ruff, though, at second base. But the Mets take the lead 2-1. Nice piece of hitting there. Nimmo's been fantastic tonight with that inside-out swing. Snell has not figured that out, that's exactly what he's doing every single time they go low and in or low and away. He's just going with that inside-out swing, easily taking the ball the other way. I would have adjusted my approach if I was Snell in the last two at-bats, gone up and in instead of low and away. But in either event, that'll spell the end for Blake Snell. Takes a long look around New York as he walks to the dugout. Nick Martinez is on out of the bullpen with 2 on, 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th inning. What do you guys think of the game so far? I think the Mets are, well, they finally have the lead. They should have this game well in hand right now by 5-6-1 right now, but right now it's only a 1-run game. They're going to have the heart of the order due up. 2, 3, 4 are the best hitters in their lineup: Marte, Lindor, and Alonso. Marte has already grounded into a double play so far today, though. Padres would love to turn one here. If they do, you got to think, if you're a Padres fan, as bad as the things have looked for you today, base hit after base hit, walk after walk, walking along that tightrope to get through 4 with the 2-1 game, you got to be counting your lucky stars at that point. First run scored in this series without a home run on that base hit by Nimmo. Nimmo is 3 for 3 in the series. And as I mentioned, I'm just surprised the Padres have done the same thing attacking Nimmo. They didn't adjust their strategy, say, hey, look at the types of swings he's taking. Instead of doing his normal swing path, etc., he was trying to spray the ball the opposite way, inside-out swing, and just kept serving that ball into left. Fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times, and yet you still learn nothing. All 3 of them Machado just barely missed making a play on, but in either event, you still got to get the job done. Here comes Marte here. Got to feel good if you're a Mets fan, though. Heart of the order coming up, a couple runners on. Martinez on the year, 3.47 ERA, 106 innings pitched. 47 games so far this year. As I mentioned, kind of a long reliever, back into the rotation starter. They've used him pretty much everywhere in that bullpen. And he signed that 4-year, $20 million deal with the Padres after the Olympics ended anyway. Starling Marte is 0 for 2 so far today, 2 for 6 in the series. Coming off of injury, just in time for the postseason. Martinez, 2-seam fastball right down the middle, 0-1. The story of the game, though, for the Padres is those 6 walks. Snell just wasn't very crisp tonight. But in either event, still a 2-1 ball game. You're right there. As long as you can get the shutdown inning here from Martinez, close the door. This one's lifted out to right. Nice catch there by Soto, flipped into the infield. Ruff, the runner at second base, was not going to be able to make it to third at all. So 2 away now here in the bottom of the 4th. And Francisco Lindor is due up. He did have that solo home run back in the first inning. Absolutely smacked that ball. Crushed it. Knew it was gone the second he hit it. Looks like a very relaxed guy. Far different from the Francisco Lindor that we saw the last couple of years with the Mets. Trying to live up to the trade, trying to live up to the contract. Lindor has a home run tonight, as I mentioned, and a walk. The set by Martinez. And the pitch. Golfed up into the air. Back a few steps, almost to the track, is Grisham. Makes the catch. And nice piece of pitching there by Martinez. And it's 2-1. Padres get out of trouble again, only allowing with a 1 run to score. Mets strand a couple more runners out there. But for right now, the Mets are in front 2-1. If the Mets lose tonight, as I mentioned, it's out. They're gone. 100-win season, don't matter. It's over. They have to win tonight. And right now they have the 1 run advantage. See if they can hold on. I'm going to check in on that Phillies-Cardinals game for you guys. Looks like they're going to the top of the 4th anyway, as Pujols just grounded out to second base. Looking at the numbers so far for the Cardinals, Pujols is 0 for 2, Goldschmidt 0 for 2, or excuse me, 0 for 1, Arenado 0 for 1. Phillies, the lone hit of the game, of course, is the Bryce Harper home run. Lone hit for the Cardinals is the Nootbaar base hit. Waiting for him to get back from commercial break anyway. Tomorrow we'll have a full slate of NFL football. Packers and Giants from London are the early game. Whole bunch of football in the middle window, of course, with the Vikings at noon, Cowboys at 3, etc. Sunday night football, and then of course the Monday night game will be Raiders and Chiefs. No Manning cast this week, so for those of you who normally watch that, feel free to join us on YouTube. We're going to try to do that one for you guys on Monday night. We'll see how the schedule plays for Major League Baseball playoffs anyway. We may do a baseball game instead, just kind of depends on how the schedule falls. I don't think there'll be baseball on the 10th anyway, but I think that starts on the 11th. We'll see what happens. Grisham is ahead 2-0 here. He had that home run back in the 3rd. Nice slider there by DeGrom, 2-1. DeGrom himself up to 71 pitches here in the top of the 5th. Mets are just hoping to get the game to Edwin Diaz and then just enjoy his walkout music and just shut it down for the evening. Diaz has not been used in a multi-inning relief role much at all this year. That one well north of zone. And that's going to be ball 4. Grisham takes first base. Austin Nola will be next. But we'll try to do one of the game 3s tomorrow if there is one. Thank you guys for joining us. If you're just joining us for the first time, we follow the MLB, NFL, NBA, and the NHL. Hit that subscribe button, like the video. You can check out a whole bunch of short videos that we have already up on the site. Nola grounds this one on a bunt to first base. Alonso decides to go ahead and field the ball and tag out the runner. Grisham advances to second on the play. Not a bad result there for the Padres or the Mets. Sacrifice bunt works there. So at least they'll see Profar and Soto. Unless we see a line out by Profar and then doubled off second possibility of Grisham. This at least gets an RBI opportunity to their best hitter in the lineup in Soto. Profar has worked a walk so far tonight against DeGrom. Had that 3-run home run last night against Scherzer. We'll have a whole bunch of short videos coming out for you pretty much regularly now with the on YouTube here. So make sure you subscribe. That way you can stay up to date from the latest from all of your favorite teams. Got 90 videos that I've already got lined up as far as the content that I'm going to do. Just got to make them. That's the hard part for me. But now with life finally calming down again, I should have plenty of time to do that this week. Profar swung on and missed at that one, and it's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch here by DeGrom. Just off the inside corner. Nice slider there. Profar unable to lay off. 1-2. That's pretty close to the location where he pulled that home run last night against Scherzer. Padres would just be happy with a base hit right now. Probably score Grisham from second and tie the game back up here in the 5th. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. And it'll be 2-2. 92-mile-an-hour slider there by DeGrom. He will be a free agent once he opts out after the season. Going to be quite a competition for his services. Even some of the New York media isn't really sure if DeGrom will be back entirely. Got to think advancing past this first round, wild card round, would help the Mets retain DeGrom. Fouled off by Profar off his foot. Of course, with an owner like Cohen who's willing to throw money at him, it's going to be hard to imagine another team outbidding Steve Cohen. But the Rangers have been mentioned as a team that is very desperate for starting pitching, that has probably about $70-75 million to play with in average annual salary anyway. And they're going to boost that starting rotation with at least 1 or 2 starters. Hard hit ball, fair ball down the right field line. Grisham will easily score. Profar, I'm not sure if he stopped at second or stopped at first anyway, but yep, he did stop at first, it looks like. In either event, it's now a 2-2 ball game. That must have gone just over the base. Nice piece of hitting again by Profar. Looking at the replay here, that was easily fair. That was a nice piece of hitting. Landed on the chalk as well. Hit the wall on the little jut out there. Nice work there on a 6-pitch at bat by Profar. And now it's a brand new ball game again. Padres coming back from a 1-run deficit again, and it's now 2-2. Profar has been clutch this series. Former Rangers top overall prospect, top prospect in the game. Finally finding a home here with San Diego over the last few years. Signed that 3-year, $18 million deal last offseason with the Padres. Takes a nice lead off of first. Soto takes ball 1. And another one just off the inside corner. This time he doesn't get the call. Soto's shaking his head. About time you don't call that a strike. Padres are pissed with the home plate umpire. And they're not hiding it at all. Can't really fault him, though. He has been very beneficial to DeGrom. Not so much to Snell or any of the Padres pitchers so far. Nice piece of hitting by Soto. Serves this one into right. Gets down for a base hit. Profar easily motors on to third base. It'll be runners at the corners. 1 away. Manny Machado due up next. Got to imagine we're going to see a pitching, or at least a mound visit here. 107.4 miles an hour off the bat. Padres have something going, and the Mets faithful is stunned right now. They're all standing around going, huh? This is DeGrom, right? Did they take out DeGrom? No, DeGrom's still on the mound. He's just getting hit hard right now. Nice piece of hitting by Soto. Beat the shift and everything. There's got to be a big weight lifted off of Juan Soto. Got a lengthy mound visit here for the Mets. Seth Lugo trying to get loose out there quick now, with DeGrom up to 83 pitches now. Lugo, of course, has pitched all kinds of different roles for the Mets over the past few years. Closed a few games, started a bunch, long relief, middle relief, setup relief. He's done a little bit of everything. They show that big play by Profar knocking that ball down and not allowing another run to score earlier in the game. Machado goes around on that one. Could tell that before they even appealed it to first. Machado has struck out twice so far against DeGrom, though. A .298 batting average, 32 homers. Got to think if Machado gets a base hit here, we might see the end of DeGrom right here. Swung on and missed, 0-2. Machado's just out in front on that off-speed stuff and just hasn't been able to catch up to the fastball when he does get it, or at least wait on it to go for a strike. It looks like he's sitting fastball and is just not ready to hit those off-speed pitches. And then when he does finally get that fastball, he's chasing it. We'll see if they do try to get him to chase again here. Off-speed, low and away. 1-2. Thank you guys for joining us. Appreciate that. The 1-2 pitch. Again chased by Machado. And he goes down on strikes for the third strikeout of the game for him. He's got the hat trick. Not the one he was hoping for, though. Machado, more than anybody else, I'm sure would be very happy to see DeGrom come out of the game now. This is probably the final inning for DeGrom, but Showalter is old school. We might see him go one more inning if he can get the out here next. For having 3 strikeouts in the game, Machado is very upbeat and positive for his team right now. Bell laces this one well foul into the upper deck. 0-1. Late on that offering from DeGrom. The 0-1 here. Tapped foul off of the catcher. He's going to need a minute to collect himself. Looks like he might have took it off the wrist, something like that. Couldn't tell if it glanced off the wrist and then got his body or what. Nope, just caught the inside of the thigh. Straight down and off the inside of the thigh. The 0-2 pitch here by DeGrom. 90th pitch of the game for him. Swung on and missed. Bell couldn't catch up to the fastball very late on that swing. I think he was sitting on an off-speed pitch, just wasn't able to catch up to it. In either event, though, it's now a 2-2 ball game as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Snell has already been chased. I got to imagine that'll be the last hitter for DeGrom. He may come back out for the 6th. We'll have to see what he does. But for my money, I would take him out. I understand you want to win the game, and I understand it's elimination. I understand it's the playoffs, but you got to protect the player from himself at some point. The injury issues he had last year, only making the, 13 starts or so this year. Only going over 100 pitches, I think a few times, if that. And for him to come back out after, or in the 6th inning, after all the stressful pitches he's had, I would probably avoid it if I could. And count on that bullpen. You did strengthen it at the trade deadline. Sure, middle relief is not your strength, but at some point you're going to have to show that you got a good team. It's not just one guy that your team props up on. That's what they've done in years past, and I think that's beyond time they show that they've got something better than, they got another gear other than just DeGrom on the mound. It'll be Alonso, Canna, and Mcneil for the Mets. Just going to check in on that Phillies game for you guys. Phillies are on top 1-0. Bottom of the 4th inning, 2 away. That could not have been a better placed foul ball between Schwarber, Bohm, and Stott. Just down the 3rd base line. 6 inches either way, and I think that's caught by any one of those players. Just waiting for the Mets to get back from commercial break anyway. Martinez is back out there. First pitch here in the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of the zone, lifted to left center field. Deep and gone. Alonso gets a hold of that one, takes advantage of the first pitch there from Martinez. Lifts that one to left field and out over the bullpen. Great piece of hitting there by Alonso. 109.4, a laser off the bat. 402 on the distance there for Alonso. Mets surge right back in front, 3-2. Mets are wondering where was that with runners on base, though. But in either event, they have the lead again. Exactly what you were hoping for if you're Buck Showalter, Steve Cohen, and the rest of the Mets faithful. Alonso coming through with a home run today. Lindor coming through with a home run. Nimmo's gone 3 for 3. First pitch here by Takana, grounded to Machado, retired. I don't know. Mets should be ahead by, 6-2, 7-2? Yet it's only a 3-2 ball game. And Machado's been terrible against DeGrom. DeGrom might finally get pulled. I think we're going to be in store for some up and down 6, 7, and 8 innings. If the Mets can make it to the ninth, though, for Diaz, this game is indeed over. But until we get there, I'm not ready to call it. Beach ball finds its way onto the field. Well off the plate to Mcneil. 0-1. If they go to 7 with DeGrom, I'm sorry, I'm taking the Dodgers in 4. I'm calling for the sweep if they go DeGrom till the 7th inning. More beach balls falling out of the stands. Profar pops this one. But I think DeGrom at the latest is going to go through 6. But if he goes through 7, first, great performance, blah, blah, blah. The Mets still have to win tomorrow, even after this game anyway. So let's not get the cart before the horse. But even if they get after all of this, if they go 7 with DeGrom, I'm sorry, I'm calling it. Dodgers in 4. Not saying the Padres would be much better, but still. 89-mile-an-hour cutter just off the corner, and it's 3-0 now to Mcneil. Martinez missing by about 3 or 4 inches on either side of the plate. Losing command a little bit. Get me over fastball there, 3-1. They've done pretty well today, though. I mean, they have 5 hits against DeGrom. Another strike there on the outside corner. 3-2. This one's lifted down the left field line, but foul. I don't even think you need Manny. I think right now you just need to continue with the tough at-bats the Padres have at least been trying to give against DeGrom. Now, if they get into that bullpen, those at-bats are going to start to turn a little bit more positive. I'm expecting kind of a back-and-forth game over the next few innings. We'll see how it goes, though. This one's lifted into center. Nice play by Grisham. Didn't quite have to go into a slide, but nice work there. That was a great play. If that gets past him, that might go for an inside the park home run. But as it stands, that was just a great job. Line drives into center, always the toughest to read off the bat. But nice play by Trent Grisham. Had the big home run earlier in the day to tie up the game at 1. Now with a nice play there against Mcneil. 2 away here in the 5th. Catch probability on that, 35%. Escobar scored the run in the last half inning, I believe, to get them that 2-1 lead at the time. Adrian Morejon is loosening, the lefty in the bullpen for the Padres, should this keep going. Martinez looks in command of himself right now. Swung on and missed. And it's 1-2. Big time shift on here. That one's in the dirt. 2-2. Phillies have something working in the top of the fifth. Runners on first and third. Already leading 1-0 against the Cardinals. Phillies win that game. That series is over as well. What do you guys think of the 3-game series? You think it should be 5 or 7? Hard hit ball. Into right, Soto jogging in. Makes the catch. And that's the 3rd out of the inning. It'll be Cronenworth, Drury, and Kim for the Padres in the top of the 6th. We'll see if DeGrom comes back out. My guess is they probably send him back out for one more. I would probably pull him now, though. Got to protect him from himself. And I want to, I understand I need the win, but I need DeGrom more than I need the win right now. And you got to have faith in your bullpen at some point, either way. Because if you can't have a middle reliever come in and at least get you, 6 outs to get you to your closer, 6 to 9 outs, then you've done something wrong. You need to address that bullpen a little earlier. Going to tune into that Phillies game real quick, see what's going on with that 2-on, 1-out thing in the top of the 5th for them. And it actually looks like they're in a pitching change right now. Yep, Jordan Montgomery, former Yankee, is going to come on to replace Miles Michaelis. He found some success ever since the trade to St. Louis. Had some words for the Yankees pitching staff or pitching coaches and ownership group over there, how they had no faith in certain pitches that he's using there with St. Louis, saying, it's middling at best. Now he has the ability to throw it since he's not on the Yankees anymore, and that's the pitch that's actually working for him. Yankees made the trade deadline acquisition of Frankie Montas. Mixed bag of results for that. I think they would rather have had Jordan Montgomery's production rather than Frankie Montas. Of course, I think the real thing the Yankees missed out on was Luis Castillo. Of course, he signed the big extension with the Mariners. So for me, that trade is already worth itself for the Mariners, advancing to the 2nd round of the postseason, to the to the ALDS. DeGrom is indeed out there. Gets the nice strikeout there of Cronenworth on 3 pitches, his 8th strikeout so far. Still only a 1-run game. Drury is next, to be followed by Kim. So far, DeGrom has 2 flyouts, 6 groundouts, and 8 strikeouts. Has given up that home run to Grisham. Profar drove in the other run. Grisham scoring the second run as well. Beneficial call there to DeGrom again. How many times are we going to say that tonight? The 0-1 here to Drury. Off the corner. Low and away. 1-1. Another one off the corner, low and away, but Drury unable to hit layoff on that one. And it's 1-2. This one's lifted into right. Marte back a few steps. And makes the catch. It'll be Kim due next. Grisham in the on-deck circle. He's been the bane of DeGrom's existence in this game so far. Oh my. That one was right on the corner. Don't get me wrong, but that one looked low. Another beneficial call to DeGrom. This one, another low pitch, but that one's in the strike zone. Tapped over to Escobar, and Kim is easily retired. Through 5.5. Mets lead at 3-2. DeGrom works a shutdown 6th. Gets out of there at 99 pitches. Curious to see if they bring him back out for the 7th. He's still underneath 100 by 1. But gotta wonder if that's going to be it. You don't see anybody hugging him, so it could be that he comes out for the 7th. It'll be Ruff, Nitto, and Nimmo for the Mets due in the bottom half of the 6th. Bases are now loaded for the Phillies in that top of the 5th against the Cardinals. Schwarber takes low for ball 1. Schwarber in 7 career postseason clinching games is 9 for 19. That's a .474 batting average with a few home runs as well. He's been very clutch. Oh! That was a mystery call there. I think if the ump had that one to do back, he would probably have said ball. But in either event, that evens things up at 1-1. That one finds the very bottom of the zone there. 1-2. Not sure if that one would have been a strike either with robo umps. Cardinal faithful getting into it. Very tough spot here for the Cardinals. Base is loaded with only 1 out. one bounced in there and is able to lay off. 2-2. DeGrom is talking to Showalter. Now he is getting the hugs from the group in the dugout. That could be it for DeGrom. Yep. If I had to guess, that's probably it. Martinez fastball at the top of the zone. Strike one to Ruff. Edwin Diaz is loosening? What the heck? In case you guys are wondering, Edwin Diaz is the closer for the Mets. I think he's only come into the game for more than one inning for a relief outing like once this year. I got to look it up. I'm curious now. What the heck? I'm going to look up his game stats real quick because I want to see how many innings he's thrown at any point this season. Game logs for this year. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 2/3 of an inning. 1 2/3 when he faced the Angels. 1 1/3 when he faced the Yankees in July. 2 innings against the Braves. So that's 3 games. That one hits Darren Ruff. Looks like he was swinging a little bit though there. Okay. In either event though, it's a runner on first there for the Mets. I mean, he did swing at it. Looks like Ruff is going to be pinch run for here. Terrence Gore, longtime speedster of a bunch of different clubs, most notably with the Kansas City Royals, comes on for Darren Ruff. All right, so we were at 3 with the Braves versus Mets on August 4. And then we have 1 against the Pirates, 1 against Milwaukee, so that's 5 games. And the last game of the season against Washington, he came in for 1 1/3. Wow. 6 games total. Only 1 time he went 2 innings, and they already have him up. Wow. Going to go for a 3-inning save? Are you nuts? I understand he's good and he's lights out, but every guy has his limits. And what do you do if they work the count against him in the 7th? You going to take him out in the 8th and the 9th? Curious to see if they actually bring him in here in the 7th or not. Nice play there by Cronenworth. Almost threw it away, though, on the play over to first. But Nitto grounds into a double play. Hard hit ball, though. Almost took the head off of Martinez. But in either event, 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. As I mentioned, the Padres are playing with house money. They were not expected to win this season or this series at all. Traveling across the country, playing against a 100-win team in the Mets. Understandably, the Mets have been in a swoon, been in a little bit of a swoon over the last 3-4 weeks. Two away here in the bottom of the 6th. Nimmo is in, 3 for 3 today. All those hits against the starter Snell. That one misses off the inside corner. 1-0. Phillies have added a run. It's now 2-0 against the Cardinals as they go to the bottom of the fifth. Martinez falling behind 2-0 here. I don't think Diaz might be coming in or not. Looks like he was running to the restroom there a minute ago. Strike one there on the outside corner there for Martinez. 2-1. Or excuse me, 3-1 is the count. Marte would be next, followed by Lindor and Alonso. There's a strike right down the middle, 3-2. That one's ball 4. Nemo has reached safely all 4 times today, and it will indeed be Starling Marte due next.
Here's what I found.
Okay. Marte digging in now. First pitch from Martinez. Strike one as he chased that one down low. 0-1. Marte looked good in game 1, not so much here in game 2. Alright, sorry about that. 1-1 here to Marte. Make it 2-1. Marte able to hold off on that one. The 2-1 pitch. Grounded foul. And it's 2-2. Gotta say, if you're the Padres, gotta be happy with where you are right now with the way Snell pitched. Erratic with his locations, etc. DeGrom being dominant on the mound. And it's still only a 1-run game, and it looks like DeGrom is out of the game after this half inning. And we might even see the closer come on for a 3-inning save. We'll see what ends up happening. The 2-2 pitch. Fouled off again. We'll do it over. Nimmo was off on that one. Cardinals trying to get something going in the bottom of the fifth in their game. Their backs against the wall in that one with a must-win game against Philadelphia. They have a runner on to begin the fifth there. The 2-2 from Martinez. That bounced well in front of home plate, like halfway to home plate. And it's 3-2. Looks like that one was just overthrown by Martinez, trying to make the perfect pitch. Nice piece of work there by Nola, keeping that in front of him. And Nimmo at first. Great job. Mets crowd on their feet for a 3-2 pitch to Starling Marte, Mets right fielder. The long look in and the throw. Nice play by Machado. Gets down, bobbles the ball a little bit, but he's out at first base. Marte made an awkward step on first base, took a tumble afterward. Just looking at the replay here, he's actually safe. Hold on. Did he actually hit the base, though? Looks like the Mets are probably going to review this either way. Looks like he may have actually beaten it out. I'm curious to see if his foot actually hit the base, or if he missed the base and then hit it with his toe, and that's what made him fall on his face. If I had to guess, he's probably safe, though. Because from that camera angle, it looked like he actually got to the base in time. Does he actually hit the base, though? Is what I'm wondering. Here's the reverse angle. This will tell us if he actually hit the base or not. His foot's in front of the base and then drags over the top. I think he still might be out, because his foot lands in front of first base. Now you could argue that his toe actually came up to the base like this, but his foot was clearly short of the base. None of his toe was on it, nothing. And then as he runs through, his foot catches on the front of the base, and then he makes a face-first dive into the dirt. Here's a closer angle of it from the field view. This one should tell us if he actually hit. He missed the base initially, slid forward as he was running with his foot sliding forward just a hair. But looking where the ball was when he finally does actually hit the base, I think he's out. They're saying call stands. Edwin Diaz is indeed loosening out there. Let's see if we can volume up for his intro. Nope, they're not going to play the trumpets for us on live TV. Darn. In case you guys are wondering if you've been living under a rock this year anyway, Edwin Diaz is one of the most unique entrances for a closer. You've always heard of Sandman from Mariano Rivera, etc. Nobody ever really paid attention to it, really. But Edwin Diaz really has something unique going with that entrance that he has. But now you got to have 3 innings of Edwin Diaz just dominating the Padres lineup. And he very well could do that. But that's more than he's done at any point this season. And I understand it's the playoffs. You want to push yourself beyond what you've done. You know, this is how, storybook tales are made. He's entering free agency, so I guess if you're Showalter and the Mets, you air it out and hope you keep him. But if you're another team in free agency and you say, hey, look, you didn't do this all year long. You didn't do this the previous year, 3 innings of relief. Yet we're going to protect you, unlike the Mets did all year long. Now, the Mets were very good. They protected him most of the season, but they're asking for quite a bit out of him. You might remember Aroldis Chapman years ago with the Chicago Cubs. It took him almost a full year to get right after how the Cubs used him in that postseason. So buyer beware in free agency this year if they use Edwin Diaz this way in the postseason. Yikes. And that was when Aroldis Chapman was probably the best closer in the game. You might remember they got the top prospect for a rental closer in Aroldis Chapman, Gleyber Torres, etc. I think they got 4 prospects in that deal total. Here's the trumpets. Wow. Even the Mets guys in the sound were not ready to play the trumpets. He was already to second base by the time they started it. They had no idea he was coming in the game. And here he is in the top of the 7th, facing Grisham. Nola would be next, followed by Profar. 0-1 there. That one misses low, 2-0. Diaz looks a little rushed so far. His longest career outing back in 2016 was 2 2/3. His last time to ever enter in even the 7th inning was August 2nd of 2020. You might remember that's when he lost his closer role with the Mets at that time. First pitch that goes for a strike there. It's now 2-1. Little grounder to first. Nice play by Alonso. Diaz gets over there just in time to make the play. This is a big risk here for the Mets. Oh my God. The pitching coach for the Mets is acting like, yep, we got this in the bag. We had an ace up our sleeve. You didn't know we could play. He's acting like, yes, we've won the game already. It's the 7th inning. It's a 1-run game in a game where you started your best pitcher in DeGrom, went to your closer in the 7th. Their starter got through 4, had huge command issues all game, and you're laughing like you've already won the game and staved off elimination? Give me a break. Hard hit ball off the glove of Lindor and into the outfield. Nola is on. We might see a pinch runner here for Nola. That was one Lindor should have caught. That's an error on Lindor. It might have been just a little bit high for him, but neither event. That was one he probably makes the... Yeah, it was a little high. He probably makes that catch 9 out of 10 times, though. They're calling it a single, though, for now. Profar is due up First pitch above the zone, 101. Diaz has been a little wild so far. Already up to 8 pitches. Got to watch that pitch count now, because he has not thrown a lot of pitches in any of his outings so far this year. And they're asking him to go 3 innings here. 99 right at the top of the zone. Profar doesn't swing at that one. Has a nice smile for the home plate umpire on it. Trying to understand where his zone starts and stops. He's had a peculiar zone today. We'll be kind and say peculiar. Should the Mets win, Chris Bassett would start Game 3, it looks like. That one well outside, 2-1. In case you're wondering, Edwin Diaz has struck out over 50% of the batters he's faced this year. Let's just say that's pretty good. Wow. That one's up and away, 100 miles an hour. Highest single game K rate through 50 innings in any season. The only 2 higher are Aroldis Chapman in 2014 at 53. Craig Kimbrell just a fraction ahead in 2012 at 50. Profar taps this one foul. 3-2. So far, San Diego's done exactly what they want to against the Mets closer. Work the count, make him run to first to cover. Get a runner on to add a little bit more stress. Even if you don't score this inning, Padres have to be happy with what's already happened so far. Profar lifts this one foul, 101. They had 2 different graphics on the screen, sorry. 91 mile an hour slider. They had 101 where the pitch was thrown. The graphics department needs to get their stuff together. Mets faithful is obviously aware of what's going on right now. Looks like they're all clinging to their beads at this moment. Profar grounds this one. Diaz has to cover again and just barely gets his foot on the base. Nice work there by Diaz. Good job there by Mcneil. Alonso was not able to get over and field that ball, and so Diaz had to get over there and cover. Nice work. Nice catch by Diaz. Beating Profar by a half step. Not a great throw by Mcneil over there. And another one just tipping the toe on the base. Are they going to review this one as well? I think he's out, honestly. San Diego was challenging it. Unless they're saying he stubbed his toe. Yeah, he hit the base. It's not even a question. We saw the base vibrate a little bit. It's not close. I don't know why they're challenging it. Only reason I can think is just to make Diaz stand out there longer. Keep him loose, throw some more pitches warming up. But yeah, he's out by a mile as far as reviews go. But that's a quick challenge. Very nice work. Good job, replay crew. That one took 30 seconds. That's pretty impressive. Fastest review I've seen all year. I mean, it should have been, but still. Juan Soto digging in. 2 for 3 with a couple of singles today. 242 average, 27 home runs, and an 853 OPS. Career versus Diaz, including the postseason. Does have 2 home runs, a couple of strikeouts, and is 2 for 8 on the whole versus him. Nice slider there at the very top of the zone on the outside corner. 0-1. Nola has a lead off of second. They did not bring in a pinch runner for him. That one is outside the zone, 1-1. Diaz up to 16 pitches already. If you can get this up over 20, 21 pitches, Got to be a successful inning here for the Padres, honestly. That one just beneath the zone. That's been called a strike off and on during this game. DeGrom got that call. Snell did not. Diaz does not here. 2-1. Two and two now to Soto. Mets faithful going full throat here. Bunch of sliders so far to Soto. No fastballs yet. This will be the 19th pitch. They made Diaz work a little bit. Cover first a couple of different times. Little tapper here. Diaz fields, flips on to first, and Soto is retired. Diaz gets through the 7th unscathed. Let's see how the 8th and 9th go, but for right now, Mets are happy with the results. 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 7th. All right, with that, we're going to take a 7th inning stretch here, so you guys go ahead and take a quick break, grab a snack. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. Appreciate you guys joining us, but we will be right back. Welcome back anyway. Bottom of the 7th here. Francisco Lindor is due up first. Adrian Morejon is on for the Padres here in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Lindor, Alonso, and Canna. You might remember Morejon was one of the pieces that was rumored to be involved going the other way in the Juan Soto deal. He does stay with San Diego, though. Lindor takes away there, and the count has already gone up to 2-1. Appreciate you guys joining us today. Lindor pops this one up and out of play. 2-2. I just like the way the Padres have played the game so far. Mets have the lead, yes, but Mets have played their 2 trump cards so far today, and the Padres are right there. And that's with home runs from Lindor and Alonso already in the game. Mets are definitely pulling out all the stops to try to keep it, though. They have to win this one in order to avoid elimination tonight. Count's gone full to Lindor. Mets fans get loud again. The 3-2 pitch. Lifted into right. Soto lets it fall in front of him. Could have made a dive for it, but that for sure would have ended up in a triple if he missed it. As it stands, it'll be a base knock there for Lindor. He's had a really nice game today. Pete Alonso due up next. Remember, he's the one who gave them the 3-2 lead with a home run in his last at-bat. Alonso is 1 for 2, has a walk in the game as well. Looking for some damage here. Give Diaz some room to work with over the final couple of innings. Allen misses up and in. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. If the Padres can keep it close through the 8th and going into the 9th inning, I really like where they're at. If they give up a run here, then things start to get a little bit further away for them. Allen's fouled away back to the screen. Alonso with a big, mighty rip at that one. 1-1. Mark Canna would be next, followed by Jeff Mcneil. Here in the bottom of the 7th. Mets fans trying to keep their hands warm out there, it looks like. Didn't know it was that cold out there today. Looks like it's 52 degrees right now in New York, according to the Weather Channel. Okay. It's a little chilly, but not cold. Just a little bite in the air. Flip on to first just to keep him honest there. Lindor kind of glaring back at Marhone like, really? The 1-2 pitch here to Alonso. Lifted high and out of play. Remains 1-2. Two and two now. As he misses inside with that one. All fastballs here. Another fastball in the inside corner, lifted up and out of play. Gotta wonder if he's going to use another pitch at some point in this at bat, or if he's just going to challenge him over and over and over again with the fastball. Mets lost 6 of their last 7 postseason games, including the last 4 at home. That one's in the dirt and up the third baseline, allows Lindor to easily make it to second. Count goes to 3-2 now against Alonso. Nola with a nice job blocking it, but blocked it a little too far, as that ball bounded all the way about halfway up the third base line. I don't know what Lindor is flexing for. That was an easy advance base there. Mets in this series are 2 for 17 with runners in scoring position. At some point that tide is going to turn. Alonso fouls that one off yet again. 95-mile-an-hour fastball. We've seen nothing but fastballs and one curveball in the dirt. That's the ball that got away from Nola and allowed Lindor to advance. Alonso just getting enough to stay alive. The 3-2. Fouled off again. A little bit of a battle here. The longer this inning lasts, the longer Diaz has to sit there as well. Up to about 35, 40 seconds now between pitches. As Alonso makes a little bit of a prayer there. That one misses inside, and that's ball 4, I believe. Alonso didn't realize the count. And he moves on to first base. Wow. Phillies just had a chance to go up 3-0 and got a pickoff between first and second. Game is now in the bottom of the sixth with the Cardinals with a runner on first base. Mound visit here while the crowd gets into it a little bit. Mets still have to win this one and then win tomorrow to avoid elimination. See if they can pull it off. Really long mound visit right now. Gotta imagine Morejon's going to be in there better or worse this inning. They don't want to burn through too much of that bullpen just in case there is a game tomorrow. Also got to think if they burn Diaz for 3 innings, he may be unavailable tomorrow. Should the Mets require him to save a game tomorrow. Still haven't seen another pitch in almost 3 minutes of game time. This is getting a little ridiculous. Pierce Johnson is at least standing out there in the bullpen for the Padres, just in case it gets out of hand and they need somebody to mop things up. That one misses low, ball 1. A little bit of news on that Mariners come from behind victory today from that 7-run deficit. 3rd largest deficit in postseason history to ever come back and win. Great job, Mariners. Canna aggressively goes after that one. Knocks that one high and out of play down the first base line. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th. We're across the 3-hour mark of this game. The 1-1 inside. Missed location badly. That pitch was supposed to go to the outside corner. That one missed off the plate inside. Just kept running and running and running and running. Nice catch there by Nola to save another advancement. 2-1. Time requested here. Morejon looks a little bit stressed out from the situation. Got to get that postseason experience somehow. Canna lifts that one up and out of play. 2-2. Of course, he is facing the 3-4-5 in the lineup of a pretty good offensive team, or at least the best parts of this lineup anyway. This is taking way too long between pitches. We got to be getting close to a full minute between pitches at this point. He's still waiting to throw the pitch. Looks like they were adjusting some catching gear, though. Morejon's got that the signal thing that they have in their hat there to communicate which pitch they want to throw, where they want to throw it. And Morejone's using his glove to kind of keep that sound in. It's a little loud. Looks like they may be having some difficulties with it. That one just off the inside corner, and I mean just. Looked like it might have tickled the inside corner. And it did. Doesn't get the call though, 3-2. DeGrom's the only one that got the advantage of all these calls. Anything borderline on either side of the plate has not really been called for anybody else. Canna lifts that one foul down the first base line again. And it's 3-2. Alonso and Canna have both really made him work. Morejone's already up to 22 pitches and still has not recorded a single out. Got to think they are going to loosen Pierce Johnson either way at this point now. Times requested here again by Canna. Another fastball fouled away. Anybody want to read a book while we watch this at bat? Jeez. This is getting brutal. Another foul ball by Canna. I don't think he's really fooling him per se. I think they're just kind of biding their time. Looks like Canna might have broken his bat. Nah, he says it's good. And no, we still have not seen another pitch yet. Morejone sets. And the pitch. This one's pop foul again. This will be a 10-pitch at bat at least at this point. Morejone's up to 25 pitches now. That one misses low. It'll now be bases full. A single by Lindor, a walk by Alonso, another walk to Canna, and we will see Jeff McNeil to bat with the bases full. 26 pitches already in the inning for Morejone. Came on for Nick Martinez. To open the inning, McNeil has a .326 average, a good contact hitter, does have 9 home runs. Home run here would really bust things open here. And maybe you don't have to use Diaz. Padres, of course, hoping to get a double play. They're having issues with the signal, the communication device that goes between the catcher and the pitcher. Looks like they're going to go ahead and replace it here. Edwin Diaz, of course, threw 19 pitches in the top half of the 7th. It's been almost a half hour since the last time he threw a pitch. Getting hot and then cooling off. Gotta wonder if he went down the tunnel. Stay loose. Mets pretty much have to score here to give them some insurance. If they don't let him, or if they don't get a run across here, a monumental victory in this game for the Padres. Mets in the clutch. The graphic right now on the screen. 5 for 18 versus the Braves. 2 for 17 versus the Padres here in the series. Showalter is not happy right now that they're basically getting a free mound visit out of this. But the umpire was the one who led the way to the mound. He's like, I'm tired of this, how long it's taking between pitches. They wanted to change the tech between the two. Looks like they had to use Machado as a translator between the home plate umpire and the pitcher. That's who the conversation was really between. So I don't know exactly what Buck Showalter's so upset about. We all saw how long it was taking for them to get the communication because of how hard it was for them to get the devices to work. Slider in the dirt, ball 1 to Mcneil. Diaz has the coat on his right arm, just kind of quietly watching in the dugout. Looks like he will at least come back out for the 8th at this point. Runners on first, second, and third. Another one in the dirt. This time a fastball, 2-0. Looks like this is going to be Morejon's situation to get out of. Mets fans pounding on top of the Padres dugout, trying to get their attention. The 2-0 pitch. Hard grounder through the hole into right center field, going all the way. Soto cuts it off on a nice slide, but Mcneil is in there with a double. At least 2 runs scored at a third cross. No, it looks like it's going to be 5-2 Mets right now. And they do actually get a couple runs across here. Those are huge insurance runs for the Mets at this point, especially when you consider what they're asking Edwin Diaz to do. That'll be it for Morejon. Does not record an out, 29 pitches, a couple of walks. Eduardo Escobar will be due up next, followed by Gore and Nitto. Mcneil pointing at the dugout the entire time. Infield was drawn in with bases loaded and nobody out. If they had been at double play depth, there might have been a chance at a double play, but at least 1 run would still have scored in either event. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the 7th, as we have a pitching change. Appreciate you guys joining us. We're already at the 3.5 hour mark of our stream. Game started about 20 minutes after we started Wanted to go over some details with you, but that's quite a game or long game time here for only through 6+ innings. Well, 6.5, I should say. But in either event, this is rough baseball to watch lately. Just the sheer length of time between pitches, standing around. Can't wait to see these new changes they're bringing next year. I know that's not everybody's favorite topic. They don't like to change the game, but if you're watching this game live on ESPN right now, I mean, it is brutal watching these in-between pitches, the moments that we're wasting, just lollygagging around, staring around, trying to soak up the atmosphere of a playoff game. After about 30 seconds, then we kind of look around and go, hey, I still need to throw a pitch, getting on top of the rubber. Then the batter steps out. Then he steps back in, and then you step off. Can't wait till we see these changes next year. Jeff Mcneil with a big double there. Brennan Nimmo, Jeff Mcneil, your players of the game for me so far. And that's a game in which Alonso and Lindor hit home runs. Lindor would also be up there for me. He's done very well. Pierce Johnson is indeed coming in. As they show on the graphic, Edwin Diaz still has not thrown a pitch in 31 minutes now, after coming in the top of the 7th. Nice curveball there. 12-6 curveball. Finds the zone, 0-1. Again, Yu Darvish pitched game 1 for the Padres, was absolutely fantastic. Scherzer went for the Mets. Not quite so much. Today we could say the exact opposite. DeGrom was fantastic, but still only left with a 3-2 lead anyway. Now it's 5-2 Mets. Snell, not so good. Struggled with location, but still was able to get through 4, only allowing 2 runs. Vogelbach has stepped into the on-deck circle for Terrence Gore. Escobar gets it through the left side between short and second. 1 run will score. They will hold Mcneil at third. It is now 6-2 Mets. Vogelbach is announced as the pinch hitter here. 67 miles an hour off the bat, but with the infield drawn in yet again. That one probably would have been a single even with the infield playing normally, though. Nice piece of hitting there by Escobar. And this game is quickly getting away from the Padres here in this half inning. They do have Machado, Bell, and Cronenworth due up in the top of the 8th. Six to 2 Mets here in the bottom of the 7th. Looks like they're still having communication issues on the Padres side. Game 1, he was 0 for 4. Little off-speed curveball there on the inside corner, grounded foul, and it's 0-1. The set by Johnson. And the pitch. Eventually. Another grounder foul on the curveball. 0-2. Trying to slow down that bat for Vogelbach. Hitting .228 on the year with 12 homers. Splitting time at DH with Darren Ruff since coming over in the trade from Pittsburgh. That one well outside on a fastball. 1-2. Curveball well inside, down at the feet of Vogelbach. 2-2 now. Still nobody out here in the 7th. Looks like we could be headed towards a Game 3. Very curious to see how long they run with Diaz. Vogelbach flies this one out to right. Soto is there. Makes the catch. Mcneil easily scores. Soto's throw comes into second. 7-2 Mets. But that's the first out of the inning. That'll work. Mets scratch across another run. Every one of them vitally important, especially if they want to preserve Diaz to be available for Game 3. Nitto is coming in here. Mets do not have anybody loosening out there, so it looks like Diaz will be coming on for the 8th. Swung on and missed by Nitto. Diaz no longer has the coat on his arm, trying to keep it warm, but he is pacing. He looks really bored. Phillies-Cardinals game started at least a half hour after this one. They're already in the bottom of the 7th as well. Except they have 2 outs in that one. We have 1. Probably closer to an hour after the start of this game is when they got underway. The 0-2 pitch. Low and away, and it's 1-2. Nitto was able to hold off on that one. Graphic again showing he's up to 38 minutes since his last pitch. By the end of this inning, it's probably going to be closer to 40-45 minutes before he finally throws another pitch. That one well up and in. Above the eyes of Nitto. Mets faithful still standing. Diaz now lounging against the wall in the dugout, just waiting for his chance to get back out there again. Nitto with a base hit into right. Soto's going to come up throwing. Throws it into second. Runners stay at first and second though. Nice piece of hitting there by Nitto. And this game is getting away from the Padres. The best thing you can do right now is at least stop it here at 5. Force Diaz to come out and throw another inning. And then hope for the best tomorrow. Mets able to get to the bullpen of the Padres here today. Morejon just did not have it here in the 7th. Nimmo is coming up. 3 for 3 with a walk in the game so far. Should he reach, or at least avoid a double play, Marte would be next. Johnson set, and the throw. Right at the top of the zone, 0-1. Started the series 1 for 14 with runners in scoring position. Since then, they are 3 for their last 5 with 5 RBIs. The 0-1 right on the inside corner. 0-2. Finally calling that pitch a strike there for somebody other than DeGrom. This one's lifted foul down the third base line and out of play. Remains 0-2. Cardinals game is actually on to the top of the 8th. Giovanni Gallegos has come on for the Cardinals, fighting for their playoff lives there. That's all right, Charles. It's been a tough game to watch. That's okay, Charles. Like I said, we'll do one of these game 3s tomorrow, if they make them to a game 3, that is. Nimmo finally is retired for the first time. Marte looking to get some momentum again here. Just off the inside corner, ball 1. Pierce really working with that, Pierce Johnson anyway, that is. Really working with that curveball here in this half inning. Mets lead at 7-2. Scored 4 runs here in the bottom of the 7th. If you're just joining us, DeGrom pitched a 2-run baseball anyway through the first 6 innings of the game. They brought in their closer, Edwin Diaz, to start the 7th. Alonso with the go-ahead home run in the bottom of the 6th anyway. Gave the Mets the advantage. And then here in the 7th, Morejon just did not have it. They had issues communicating between the pitcher and the catcher. Umpire actually had to go out to the mound so that they could change out the device in the hat for the player. But things just have not gone well. Marte lashes this one foul down the third base line. Misses a fair ball by about 12 feet or so, 15 feet. I think you'd like to have that one back. A nice curveball right down the middle of the plate. Still curious to see if we see Diaz come out in the next half inning. I mean, they do have 3, 4, 5 coming up, and that might be the reason why they have Diaz coming back in. But again, you went with Diaz in the 7th inning. Swung on and missed. Marte continues his struggles tonight. And that'll do it for the Mets here in the 7th. But they do scratch across 4 runs. 7-2 Mets as we go to the top of the 8th. It'll be Machado, Bell, and Cronenworth. Checking in on the other more competitive game, I'll put it at this point. I think it's safe to say. Phillies in front 2-0 in the top of the 8th. Gallegos replaced Jordan Montgomery. It's 2-2 on Rhys Hoskins, who's 0 for 3. Lifted high, down the line. Foul by about 20 seats. Down the left field line of Big Mac land. Remember growing up, when I saw Big Mac land, I didn't think of McDonald's when I saw it because it was Mark McGwire. That was Big Mac. But obviously McGwire's standing in the game has since fallen a little bit. Now it clearly means McDonald's, but back in the day, that was where you wanted Mark McGwire to hit him. One away as Hoskins grounds out to short. Phillies trying to get an insurance run here in the top of the 8th while we wait for the Padres Mets game to get back from commercial break. Worst thing I think you could do right now if you're a Padres hitter is allow Diaz to get through this inning with very few pitches thrown. You want to see him work, you want to push him. That way, at least for game 3, you might be a little bit less than 100%. His last pitch was 10:25. We'll see how long it is between his next pitch. Now, of course, he's already had his warm-up tosses now. He is staying in the game. First pitch right at the top of the zone. 99-mile-an-hour fastball. Machado taking all the way. 0-1. Nobody is loosening for the Mets, but they do have a couple of guys at least stretching. Machado grounds this one up the middle and at least doesn't strike out. Diaz gathers it and flips on to first. 1 away. Now, if you're a Padres fan, what did I say couldn't happen? A quick inning for Diaz. Forced him to work. 2-pitch at bat. Ain't going to get it done. Josh Bell is due next. Padres would love to see a 10-pitch at bat here, just like Canna and Alonso were able to do in the last half inning versus Morejon. That one's outside, ball 1. I think the Mets have pretty much locked this one up. But we just saw a big comeback earlier today. Ball 2. Fastball sitting at 99 over the last couple of pitches. Outside of the zone. Make that all 3 of them. Outside of the zone. That one a slider away. If you're just joining us, it was a 3-2 game going into the 7th. Edwin Diaz was brought on. Ball 4. Edwin Diaz walks Josh Bell. Adam Ottavino is indeed loosening for the Mets in the bullpen. Got to think Diaz works this 8th here and then Ottavino the 9th. Now, if he gets in any serious trouble, we could see Ottavino a little earlier. Strike 1 on the outside corner to Cronenworth, 89-mile-an-hour slider. 100-mile-an-hour fastball there, swung on and missed. Pretty much in the same spot by Cronenworth. 0-2. Diaz looks like he's finally locked back in. Looks like he's got that confident look back in his eye where he didn't have it against Bell. (101). Diaz is fired up. 3-pitch strikeout there. 2 away. Diaz up to 28 pitches. And Showalter is coming out here. Is he going to pull Diaz? Looks like he's at least having a conversation with him. Saying, hey, how many bullets do you have? I want to make sure you're available for tomorrow. Don't give me the, hey, I can do it. Yep, he makes the move. He goes with Ottavino. Smart choice here if you're Showalter. But you do have an inning and a third here to worry about. Ottavino is a good relief pitcher. Diaz gives him 1 2/3 here. Interesting use of the bullpen here by Showalter. It actually worked out for him, the way they were able to get those runs scored. You always hear about wanting to use their best relief pitchers in high leverage situations. Well, we got to see that here today. Diaz faced 9, 1, and 2 in the order. And then he faced 3, 4, 5. And that was it. 28 pitches and he's done. Now if you can't hold it down with your setup guy with the bottom of the order coming up over the next few hitters with a 5-run lead going into the last of the 8th here, then maybe you aren't the 100-win team we thought you were. But I think they still should be able to hold it down, and we'll probably see a Game 3 in this series at least. Looks like the Phillies and Cardinals series might be coming to a close. The illustrious careers of Adam Wainwright, Yadier Molina, Albert Pujols, all could be ending this evening. It's in the bottom of the 8th there. Phillies in front 2-0. Edman is due up right now, 2-2 on him. Pujols is due up third this inning. Soft grounder to Bohm, makes the throw on to first. It'll be Noteboom, or forget his name, Noteboom, something like that. For the Cardinals, the leadoff hitter due next, and then it will be Pujols. So if you want to tune into that game, that's on ESPN2. Quite possibly the very last at bat Albert Pujols will ever take in Major League Baseball. We'll turn up the sound a little bit for his at bat. Nootbaar, that was his name. Nootbaar is up, 100 miles an hour off the plate. Alvarado is in for the Phillies. While we wait for the game to get back from commercial break in the Mets and Padres game. Another 100-mile-an-hour fastball just off the inside corner, 2-0. Looks like we're back from commercial break there. Strike 1 to Brandon Drury. That one misses outside, 1-1. Two and one, slider well outside. More time requested here. Slider finds the zone, 2-2. This is the strategy I thought they should have gone with against Diaz. 2-2 now. Strike 3 called. Ottavino gets the strikeout there. Let's flip over to the Cardinals game real quick. Pujols is just about to come up. Nootbaar has worked the count full. The 3-2 pitch just beneath the zone. So Pujols will have a chance to tie it with a home run here. It'll be... Here he comes. That was a very good pitch. Just beneath the knees, though, in my opinion. Mound visit here. We're going to see a pitching change. We might. Dominguez is loosening out there. Yep. It'll be Sir Anthony Dominguez coming in for Alvarado to face Albert Pujols and quite possibly his final at-bat in Major League Baseball. As I mentioned, the game is on ESPN2 if you want to join. They are in commercial break while they have the pitching change. Mets are also in commercial break right now. Pujols today, 1 for 3. Has a single in his last at-bat. Thank you guys for joining us. We just crossed that 4-hour mark. And here it goes. Albert Pujols' possible final at-bat in Major League Baseball. Here he is, digging in. Tune in now. Not the biggest Albert Pujols fan, but gotta respect what the man has done. Ball low. We'll get back to the Mets game here in just a minute, but what could be the final at-bat in Albert Pujols' career is happening right now. Dominguez, 3.0 ERA in 51 innings, 99-mile-an-hour fastball in the outer half of the plate, 1-1. Beneath the zone, 2-1. Pujols, very discerning right now. As I mentioned, we'll get back to the Mets Padres here in just a minute, but Pujols in what could be his final at bat in Major League Baseball. Hard hit, down the third base line, fair. Hits the sidewall. They do stop the runner at second, though. First and second. Albert Pujols is now 2 for 4 today. Singles in his last 2 at-bats. And what could be his final at-bat, gets a base hit there. Wonder if they're going to go ahead and lift Pujols here for a pinch runner or not. That's it. Pujols is being lifted for a pinch runner. That could be the last you see of Albert Pujols in a Major League Baseball uniform. Barring a comeback here by the Cardinals. I am not an Albert Pujols fan. I am a Texas Ranger fan. He beat my Texas Rangers in the World Series. I am not an Albert Pujols fan. But you still got to admire what the man's done. Great job, Albert Pujols. What a way to wrap up a career. Possible MVP, Paul Goldschmidt digging in. Swings and misses at the slider outside of the zone. 98 miles an hour off the bat. Nice base hit right down the line. Goldschmidt chases yet again, 0-2. Let's flip it back over to the Padres and Mets game for you guys. Steven Wilson has come on. Lindor struck out along with Pete Alonso. So at least they found one guy in the bullpen who can get some outs for them. Chris Bassett looks to be your Game 3 starter for the Mets. Not sure who it will be for the Padres yet. They have a plethora of options, plethora of starters they could turn to. Canna takes outside. 1-0. Appreciate you guys joining us. That one, I guess, catches the edge. First one he's called that far outside tonight. 1-1. I guess the umpires also want to get this game over with. And get this on to Game 3. That one up and away. 2-1. Canna lifts this one into center. Grisham is there and makes the play. To the top of the ninth we go. It'd probably be Ottavino coming out yet again. See if he can shut it down here for the Mets. 7-2 as we go to the top of the ninth. Mets all over the Padres at this point. Flip it back over to that Cardinals rally. See if they can pull it out. Goldschmidt has evened it up now at 2-2 after chasing a couple. We'll stick with this game until the Mets game gets back from commercial break in the top of the ninth. The Padres will have Kim, Grisham, and Nola. Got to wonder if they're going to pinch hit Will Myers for someone in that group. He's had a decent year this year. Phillies are going to have a mound visit here with the 3-2 count. Runners on first and second, just in case the runners are in motion on the pitch. Looks like this is more of a defensive mound visit here, making sure they have everything they want. Zach Eflin is loosening out there in the bullpen for the Phillies. Swung on and missed. Looks like Real Muto thought that was strike. That was the third out. No, that's just two. His pitcher tells him it's 2. Just be glad he didn't whip that into the stands afterward. That would have scored, or that would at least advance the base runners. Goldschmidt again chasing on that one. Trying to golf that one. Nolan Arenado due up. 0 for 3 today. Low ball 1. See if they're back. Looks like they are. Ottavino is at 1-1 with Kim as that slider misses inside. Keep an eye on that Cardinals game for you as well, just in case. Fastball finds the zone, 1-2. Ottavino misses with that one. 2-2. And for those of you wondering, Arenado just struck out swinging. Cardinals rally is over. It looks like that was probably the last you will see of Pujols in a Major League uniform with a nice hard hit, base hit down the third base line. But a great career. Looks like it's finally coming to an end. Could say the same with Yadier Molina, although he hasn't, I don't think he's announced it anyway. Same thing with Wainwright, but you could see all 3 big-time Cardinals go out as one. Trent Grisham is up now for the Mets. Or, excuse me, for the Padres, trying to get something working here in the 9th. See if they can get some positive momentum for Game 3. He does have a home run tonight. He's also walked and scored both of the Padres' runs. Only hit 184 this year. Grisham in this series, though, is 2 for 6. 2 of those hits, home runs. More time requested as we wait and wait and wait. Just beneath the zone. 2-0. Yeah, the ump was pretty bad today. But I've seen worse. I mean, he's not Angel Hernandez bad. I mean, that's bad. But, gave a lot of borderline calls to DeGrom. Didn't call the exact same pitch going the other way for Snell. Not that Snell was altogether great with his location, but if he had at least gotten the calls that DeGrom was getting, or at least some of them, I think it would have been a much different story for Snell. Probably would have been able to get through 5. And then at that point, then maybe they use Martinez again, or still in the 6th, and maybe continue him in the 7th, and they don't have to turn to Morajón. Morajón did not have it today. The communication issues that they had with the signaling, can't remember the name of the system off the top of my head, but that was just the undoing of the Padres here today. 2-2. The pitch in the dirt. Well, I should say in the grass. Bounced up and hit the umpire. Waves off the training staff. I'm not saying you should ever hit an umpire, but I mean, he did give a couple cookies to the Mets today. I'll put it that way. It'll be Bassett in Game 3, though. He was the acquisition from the A's before the season began. Right after the lockout was lifted. The 3-2 pitch by Ottavino. Ouch! Plunks Grisham. And Padres will at least have a base runner here in the ninth. That pitch was not even close. That hit him in his front foot, squarely in the shin. Might have caught him on the edge of the pad, so at least it absorbs some of the blow. Still doesn't feel great, I'm sure. Looks like they're going to let Austin Nola hit here. No Will Myers. That one north of the zone, 1-0. Phillies game is also in the top of the ninth. They win that game. That series is over. Should Nola reach, it'll be Profar and then Soto. That would really get things interesting, especially with no Edwin Diaz now. But still got a long way to go, though, if you're a Padres fan. Down by 5 here in the top of the ninth. Nola ahead 2-0. Ottavino pitching because they used Edwin Diaz already in the game. He pitched an inning and 2/3. That one just off the plate, 3-0. Got to think if he walks him here, we'll see a mound visit. Just saying, hey, buddy, we got a 5-run lead, throw strikes. Don't care if you get contact, throw strikes. Don't care if they get a hit, throw strikes. They get a home run, it's still a 2-run lead. That one just tickles the inside corner, 3-1. It would be something if the Padres were able to mount a comeback here. Of course, we could see the end of this game with a ground ball double play, so we'll see what happens. That one just off the outside corner, and that's ball 4. Grisham went ahead and took second anyway. Defensive indifference, really. Looks like we will see a pitching or a mound visit here. Never said this was a fast-moving game, that's for sure. A lot of the fans already leaving Citi Field in New York. Jurickson Profar due up next. He's had a good game today. He's had a great series. 3-run home run against Scherzer. Played well today. Great defensive play as well. Seth Lugo starts to loosen again today for the Mets. Not exactly what you wanted to have happen. Got to think if Soto or if Profar reaches in Soto, then we would see a pitching change before they get to Machado. Two on, 1 out. Still a 5-run lead though for the Mets. Slider, 80 miles an hour, bends in there for a strike. 0-1. I think the pitching coach literally went out there and said, hey, throw strikes. Don't care. Whatever your excuse is, throw strikes. This one's hit hard. Right center. Onto the track. Nimmo is there. Grisham advances onto third. That's the second out of the inning. Off the bat, it looked like he put a little bit more of a charge into that one. That would certainly have made this game a lot more interesting. He didn't miss it by much. But as it stands, 2 away now, runners on the corners with Juan Soto due up. Got to think this Padre team is, before the series even began, was wondering about the possibilities of having Fernando Tatis Jr. in this lineup. How great this series would have been if they had that great superstar bat in this lineup. How much better they would be. Ball one outside, slider. The 1-0. Swung on and missed. Nice cutter at the top of the zone. 1-1. Nola advances on defensive indifference. Will not go down as a steal. Phillies do not score in the top half of the ninth. They go to the bottom half. Another one outside. 2-1 to Soto. Another one at the top of the zone, fouled away. 2-2. Mets are 1 strike away from staving off elimination for at least one more day. We'll see what time they do have Game 3 tomorrow. Keep your eyes peeled for what we're going to post tomorrow. We're going to post some short videos for you guys tomorrow, and we will do a live tomorrow, either a playoff baseball game, probably do the Mets and Padres, depending on what time they end up saying the game will be. Looks like there will not be a Game 3 in the Philadelphia St. Louis series. But if we are unable to do the Mets and Padres tomorrow, we will do another one of some kind. That one just off the outside corner, and I mean just. Within like a centimeter or 2. 3-2. Looks like it went around the plate instead of over the plate. (3-2) to Juan Soto, the big trade deadline acquisition. See if they can get something done here. 3-2, the pitch. Well inside, and that's ball 4. Bases will be loaded now. Ottavino looks tired. Well, tying run is in the on-deck circle. Do they go ahead and pull him? Lugo is ready. I wondered if they got to Machado in the lineup, if they were going to pull him anyway. Base hit here, and the tying run comes to the plate. Home run, and then you got a whole plethora of other worries too. Machado has not had a good game offensively. Has had good plays out in the field, though. Takes strike 1 at the knees. 0-1. Machado did have that home run last night. Time is requested by the catcher there. 0-1. That one well outside, 1-1. As I mentioned, we will be doing a live tomorrow. Hopefully it'll be Game 3 of this series, depending on what time it is on. We shall see. That one lifted up and out of play. Again, the Padres are down to their final strike. Bases are loaded, 1-2. 7-2 is our score here in the top of the ninth. Josh Bell is waiting on deck. He represents the tying run. How many times have you heard that? And then immediately you see strike 3. So we'll see if it happens yet again. Well outside. Nice play there by Nitto just to keep the ball in front. Ottavino looks completely gassed. Got to worry about that for tomorrow. Two and two here to Machado. The pitch. Well outside again, and it'll be 3-2. With 2 outs, runners will be on the move. This is definitely the last hitter for Ottavino. Showalter is already on the top step. And that's ball 4. That one was not close. Well outside. And the tying run will come up. Josh Bell. Machado flips his bat emphatically towards the Padres dugout. And here comes Showalter marching as fast as he can out to the mound. Well, this game looked to be all sewn up. But here we are. Seth Lugo coming on, not Edwin Diaz. He's already gone. Commercial break here. 7-3, bases loaded here in the top of the ninth. A little bit of a game now in the top of the ninth. Josh Bell did have a home run in last night's game. He's 1 for 3 in today's game. 286 average in the series so far. Cardinals are down to their final strike. Eflin is on for the save. 2-2 against Dickerson. The pitch by Eflin. Lifted over the third baseman's head. Not quite so fast, and the tying run will come up there. Both teams not saying die yet. And it'll be Yadier Molina. How appropriate. Last chance the Cardinals have, and it's Mr. Cardinal himself. Flipping back over to the Mets game. Josh Bell striding to the plate. Seth Lugo in 62 games has pitched 65 innings to a 3.6 ERA. Strikes out about 25% of batters, only walks 7%. Did pitch yesterday. Scoreless inning. Did give up a walk. 2 for 7 so far in the series is Josh Bell. Hard hit ball. Foul into the seats. 0-1. They show the home run off of Scherzer. The 0-1. Swung on and missed. Nice pitch there. Curveball. And again, the Padres are down to their final strike. Be the third time we've said that so far today. Maybe third time's the charm here for the Mets. Bell versus Lugo is 1 for 5, has struck out once against him. That one up and away, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. A little bit more life on that fastball than Ottavino. Mr. and Mrs. Met looking on. Ground ball to first. Alonso flips to Lugo, and that's the ball game. Mets at least stave off elimination. 7-3 winners today over the Padres. Yadier Molina, in case you guys are wondering, just got a base hit. Nice job by both Pujols and Yadier Molina getting base hits in their final at bat, possibly in Major League Baseball. Nice single line drive into right. And he is lifted for a pinch runner. What a way to go if that's the way both of them leave. Base hits for both of them. Dylan Carlson has come on as the pinch runner. Tommy Edman is due up next. He is the 9-hole hitter. Should he reach, the lineup will flip around again to Newt Bar. Congratulations, Yachty. He looks very emotional. That looks like it was it. Some speed on the base paths now, though, for the Cardinals. The pitch in the dirt. Nice block there by Real Muto. 1-0. Edman 0 for 2 with a walk. 13 home runs on the season. This one's popped up and out of play. 1-1. Stick with you guys through the end of this one. Then we'll call it an evening. Appreciate you guys joining us again for our live. Like I mentioned, depending on what time they set up tomorrow's Game 3 for the Mets and Padres, we will try to do that one for you depending on what time they put it. Do have a little plans tomorrow, but we'll see what ends up happening. Up and in, grounded foul. Might have broke his bat. Cardinals tonight with runners in scoring position are 0 for 6 with 7 left on base. 1-2 now. Final strike here for the Cards. The pitch in the dirt. Nice block again by Real Muto. 2-2. Eflin is set. And the pitch. Popped up again. Will it get out of play? There is room. And the catch is made. The Phillies win. The series is over. And that could very well be it for Yadier Molina, Adam Wainwright, and Albert Pujols. Game is over. Career of all three of those guys could be over as well. Phillies take the series. Only one series goes to a final game, Game 3, and that's going to be the Mets and Padres. We'll see what time that game is tomorrow. That'll be the only baseball game tomorrow, so we'll see which time slot baseball wants to try to compete with football tomorrow. It is the New York market. It is the California market, so we'll see what ends up happening. But the Phillies do advance the NLDS. I believe they will face... the Braves anyway. We shall see. But congratulations to the Philadelphia Phillies on advancing. But we'll see you guys tomorrow evening. Hopefully we'll do the Padres and Mets Game 3 for you guys. We will do a whole bunch of shorts for you guys tomorrow as well. We'll release a few of those tomorrow, and then we'll have a steady stream of them after that. Thank you guys for joining us here at The Upside. If you haven't hit that like button already for this video, please do so. You can follow us on Twitter at UpsideSN. Make sure you subscribe as well. That way you know when we do go live, when we do post new videos, we'll post them on our Twitter, and of course you'll see them here on YouTube. But thank you guys again for joining us tonight, and we'll see you